Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to Stavanger. Welcome to Altibox Norway Chess, where we are waiting for the start of round 5 of a tournament that fully came to life yesterday with a spectacular... Exploded. A very, very interesting round. 3 decisive games. A spectacular loss of the world champion.
It could have been 5 decisive games.
Yes,
actually.
2 draws that could have ended in decisions as well. In fact, a bit of a miracle that they didn't. And now we're looking at the result of all that mayhem. Hikaru Nakamura, he's the sole leader in Norway chess.
He's a soul man.
A soul man, a real soul man.
Yeah.
He's with 2 wins and 2 draws. He's in the lead with 3 points from 4. Then there's Levin Aronian and Vladimir Kramnik. Vladimir Kramnik, who had to defend a very difficult position yesterday.
But seemed ridiculously optimistic about his prospects.
He hadn't seen any danger.
No, pawn down.
Well, which also shows his greatness. Vladimir is second in the world rankings now, and the gap between Magnus Carlsen and him has never been so small.
Yeah.
It is 12.8 points.
It's never been so small since Magnus became the world champion.
Yes.
To be more precise.
Yes, of course. He has been up there. Vladimir Kramnik.
Yeah, the funny thing is, I'm so old. I can remember a time people were talking about Magnus Carlsen reaching 2900 in how long it would take him. Do you remember that?
That is not that long ago. Actually, it says here on your screen when was his highest score for Magnus was on
28. Oh yes,
April 21st, 2014. So that's 3 years ago.
Yeah.
When he was at the incredible rating of 28.89 points.
0.2. Don't forget the 0.2.
Less than 11 points away from 2900, and many people thought it was only a matter of months.
Yeah.
That he would go there, but no such thing happened. He is at a rating now, which is his lowest since 2011, and I think we might speak of a small crisis. I think, Nigel. They. Of course, he's still the world champion. His results are still, we can't say that his results are bad, but it's not the Magnus Carlsen as we knew him not that long ago when he was just winning everything, dominating everything.
It's funny, there are all these people who have been saying, I had these questions actually in the last few years, and already like 3 or 4 years ago, people were saying to me, is Magnus Carlsen the greatest player in chess history?
Yeah.
And the answer to that is no. He's a very, very fine player indeed, but he has not secured that particular legacy. He will need to go on and defend his title for years to come, I think, to deserve that particular accolade.
Yeah. What struck me was after he won the match in Chennai when he beat Fischian and became world champion, that he was so optimistic that he speculated about being world champion for 20 years.
Yeah.
And then I thought this may be youthful enthusiasm, but you have no idea what 20 years are.
Yeah, exactly.
We have, particularly in sports, and even in a relatively slow sport as chess, although it has sped up a lot. 5 years is like eternity.
It is, yeah.
So
things can change.
And we have seen it in the past years. Who were his crown princes? At a certain point, everyone was convinced that Fabiano Caruana.
Absolutely.
He was going to be the challenger for sure. Then now it's Wesley So.
Yes.
But for how long? We don't know. And that's the great thing about sports, of course.
Let's look at some chess.
Yeah, we got the tournament leader is
playing
one of the runners up.
Yeah.
Ah,
Oh, that's interesting. So, okay. I think today we may give, obviously, as always, we're going to look at all games. But I think we'll move our focus a little bit away from Magnus today and have a look at the leader. Yes, to
Yep.
begin with.
Yep.
Yeah. So Vladimir Kramnik, as we see, this is a Sicilian defense, and he's played Queen takes d4, which is I always forget what they call this this variation. But this has a different, yeah, okay, there are different ways of playing this line. Very interesting choice. Kramnik, of course, he does play e4 from time to time, but he's not, I think it's not really his first choice, usually.
no, it's not his big passion.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I can think of numerous games that he's played in it, but it's a sort of second bow, really.
Yeah. And this may be one of the reasons why he goes for a sideline.
Yeah.
He wants to play a Sicilian.
Well, it's. I mean, he could have expected a Sicilian. I mean,
of course.
Yeah. So this is. I should just point out that knight c6 is a pretty standard move here. It's not the only move at all. But then you quite typically have bishop b5, and you often end up with variations like this. There are other ways of playing, of course. Bishop g5 and so on. So there's some quite standard theory here. So he's got a6, and it's an interesting choice. I think sometimes you can put the queen in on b6 here with bishop e3.
And then just play an endgame.
Yeah, if knight c6, you can stick it in, play an endgame. It's one idea. Bishop g5 is another idea here. So it's a little pause.
Well, it's interesting that both Kramnik and Nakamura have been showing sharp chess the past days, and so this may be a change of diet, that they may go for something more positional.
Yeah.
Although you never know with a Sicilian and with these two players.
Yeah. Okay. I'll just actually move up. Let's have a quick peruse, because we've had an awful lot of moves in MVL's game. Right, this, I should go from the top, is a Spanish, and these moves have been seen before. Many thousands of times. And here, inviting Levon to play the martial attack, which he duly does. And in fact, it's quite typical of MVL to invite the martial. He's had some number of games with this, so he's one of these guys who likes to take it on. And here we have the move c6, which, as I mentioned a few days ago, was actually invented by Sir Stuart Milner Barry.
Who some of you may have heard of, and some may not.
Yeah, some of you may not have heard. When during the Second World War, when they had these code breakers based at Bletchley Park, Sir Stuart Milner Barry was one of them, and of course they were trying to break the codes of the German Enigma machine. And at some point they needed some extra resources. Do you recall the name of the film?
I was just thinking.
What's the name of the film? There's a really good film with
in which he
with Benedict Cumberbatch, isn't it?
yes,
It's with Benedict. There's a really good film.
and there Milner Barry. He's there.
He's not there. He's not there. Alexander is there.
It's Alexander.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
Hugh Alexander, who was the British champion. In fact, they got that wrong actually in the film. He says I was twice British champion. Of course, he was twice British champion, but one of them was after the Second World War. So you have those little errors, or maybe they don't particularly care. Anyway, Milner Barry was the guy, when they needed more resources, they wrote a letter to Downing Street, to Churchill at Downing Street, and Milner Barry was the guy to deliver it to Winston Churchill. So he had a distinguished career, and also
So it was
he invented the main line of
the film was The Imitation Game.
The Imitation Game. It was a brilliant film, actually.
Yes.
Really enjoyed that.
If you missed
It's
it,
much better than most of these chess movies. Although the Queen of Katwe was a good one. Did you see that?
No, but I
Disney
heard a lot
movie.
of
It was
good,
actually
things about
rather
it.
good movie. So if you like those. Okay, D3. This has all been played before. This is sort of a main line, Queen H4, and they very often play this this sacrifice. It seems a bit odd to take a pawn and then to give it back, but white is hoping for a tiny edge. And all this stuff has been seen. H4, yeah, okay. H6.
we have to change something. Apparently there's a technical problem. We're going for a brief break. Apparently there's a small technical problem that has to be solved while we're off air. So we'll be back very quickly.
Okay.
Well, thank you for your patience. We have this brief interruption to see if we could improve the sound. There were clear sound issues, and several of you were kind enough to send us messages. We hope it is better now. If not, let us know so we know that we should work on it or not. For the moment, let's go back to Maxime Vachier-Lagrave against Levin Aronian. They're playing a martial gambit, and I've made 20 moves already, which is a clear indication that we're in a theoretical line, deeply analyzed, and we're waiting for information, which I think we have now. Is that? No, that's another line. Just it.
Okay, so it's one of these positions where, as you see, equal material, 3 pawns against 3 on each side, and White has he tends to have a tiny edge in this line, but usually never wins. That's basically the rule of thumb.
Yeah.
That's White presses a bit, and
so apparently it is this 20h4.
so yeah, that was new. That was new to me. I didn't know that at all. So
yeah, we can go. So there was a game here, which is actually a game by where is it? Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
Yeah.
Surprise, surprise, against Yevgeny Tomaszewski from the FIDE World Cup, where White went King G2. And
yeah, that I recall actually, some game with King G2.
And queens were exchanged, and in the end it was a draw.
Yeah.
So this is what...
he's hoping this is a small improvement, but it is more easy to play as White, but it's the sort of thing that Levon, he rarely loses in the martial. Martial is a very, very fine drawing weapon.
Yeah, it's a very solid opening these days.
Yeah.
Or has been already for many years.
For many years, yeah.
But as you pointed out, it's I mean, Maxime, he's a tactical player, aggressive player.
Yeah, he also prepares very extensively.
Yeah, but he also likes these minimal advantages against the Berlin, where he's played some really great games. Yeah. And
but I think he likes to go into these positions that he likes to go for these positions that he can analyze with his engines. Yeah. And just get some small edge there. That's typically what he's doing. Okay, he's put the knight or bishop on g6, and I guess at some point he wants he may want to set up with f6 actually. F6 and rook d8. So if White would want to play a move like knight e5, but this will be met effectively by a pin. And then should White move his king, this type of position would be not terribly exciting. And in particular with the bishop coming to the to f7. So, that would have a very drawish tendency, that sort of line. So White's going to have to play with a little more precision than that.
Yeah. Well, you say that Maxime, he likes to prepare these openings with his computer. There's often been thought that there's a connection between mathematics and chess, and he's a mathematician.
He is a mathematician. Yeah.
Does that show in this preference? Do you think?
I think it does actually. They such players, and John Nunn, another mathematician, liked. He was very fond of his opening preparation,
Yeah.
and analysing lines in a very clear and logical fashion. I mean,
Yeah.
there's
Yeah, looking for
tended to-
logic, looking
yeah,
for accuracy.
yeah, yeah, and this is MVL's approach in general. So I don't have too much to say about the position. If I had to choose between the colours, I would go for white. Do I think white has a significant advantage? I'm afraid the answer is probably not.
No.
Not sure what he should do now. Maybe King F1 could be played. That's an idea.
There's another game where they already made a lot of moves.
Yeah, let's have a
Nigel.
look. Yeah,
So
which one? Carlson? No.
no, it was.
Oh gosh, yeah.
Kayak,
They've just. What the heck is this?
who-
So okay, so Kayakin against Fabian, and they're both on 50%. Is that right? If I recall.
yes,
Yeah.
haven't won one, haven't
Yeah.
lost one.
Yeah. They've both drawn all their games. So, what's your prediction for today?
The odds are,
Okay, so we have.
Well, Kayakin, I mean, he was losing yesterday, and then once again he showed his great
he's
tenacity.
Yeah, indeed.
But also in inventiveness. I mean, he keeps looking for possibilities to stay alive, and he found this stalemate idea, and it worked.
Yeah. So Fabi plays the Petrov, and again we've got this switch to d4. So it seems this is trendy these days. This bishop d6. So I said there are different lines of the Petrov, and this is one of the two main lines on this variation. We see this again. Takes.
But now he goes there.
Okay. So who was this? This was we had MVL playing this position, didn't we? I think we did. Yeah. Who played it the other day? No. Who was it?
Was it round 1 or 2 or?
I've now forgotten who was playing. We've already seen this in the tournament.
Yeah, and we're mainly looking at how to take back on c3.
Yeah, no, it's MVL, wasn't it? Against, yeah. So this is a novelty, sort of. I mean, novelty in this tournament.
Yeah.
We were considering this, and I had rejected it because of Queen d7, and that leaves this queen on a8 very poorly placed, and it's obviously been prepared. These moves have been blitzed out, so they're both confident with what they're doing, and White has this just possibility to save his queen for the moment with taking, and I'm guessing actually knight f6 is played because if he takes back, I guess he can play rook takes e4, and then if black takes, the queen extricates herself, leaving white 2 pawns up. There's no back rank trick. And after rook takes e4, if knight c6, which is the other move, queen takes f8 check can be played. This is recaptured, and the rook goes back, and this leaves white with extra material, 2 rooks and a pawn for the queen.
That should also be good for white.
And that should definitely be good for white. It's too much material.
Yep.
So knight f6 is obviously the idea. So the white queen is in trouble. So Karyakin has to try and find an escape route. So all of this prepared, obviously. Rook e3. And with rook b3, this square is covered, the b7 square. Hence, the following move, knight b4. And again, this threatens to ensnare the queen with knight a6 and with an attack. So Betty is in some trouble. In her 90s now, Betty.
Yeah. So when will she? Well, she will never.
No, I hope she never abdicates.
Yeah. You want to see her celebrate her 100th birthday.
Yeah, she'll live to 130.
Yeah.
Got good genes.
Well,
And Philip just goes on forever.
Yep.
He's ancient. Philippos, the Greek.
Yep, yeah, the Greek. But then, well, at least that gives some stability to the country.
Oh yeah, I'm all in favour of stability.
Yeah. So they are both telling each other that, yes, I've also looked at this.
Yeah.
Maybe with the same engine.
Yeah. And now this is interesting, this next move, because bishop e3. And again, black is still not threatening to win the queen, because after this move, knight e5 is the saving grace, attacking the queen, attacking the pawn, and should black take on a8, knight takes d7 will lead to just a pawn advantage in an endgame, and black is on the ropes. So knight a6 is clearly not good. He played bishop d6 instead, covering the e5 square. So you're seeing all these ideas: d5, c5. And that's interesting. c5 is covering, of course, the a pawn. So that's the idea. b4 takes. And rook c1, interesting. Rook d8. I'm a little bit mystified here, because looks to me like black is struggling to make a draw, but
yeah, I mean, what we have to find out is why he is not, why he is fine, because otherwise we wouldn't have this position on the board.
Yeah.
I mean, he immediately played rook d8.
Yeah, it's all of this seems to have been prepared.
Yeah.
I'm utterly mystified by this, because queen takes a7 at some point looks like a very good move.
Well, let's say if we count now, so position is equal.
Yeah.
And you think the pawn on a7 may drop off.
Yeah. So at best, black is going to equalize. You know, that's.
Yeah, you think it's going to fall off, and he's not going to take another pawn in exchange for that.
I just don't know what's the idea. Queen here, I guess he has to attack the d pawn after that. So I don't know what's the best way to attack the d pawn. Possibly, I don't know. It's all very mysterious.
Yeah, you mean because the pawn on d5 also...
I don't see why the pawn on d5 is falling at the moment, so I'm at a loss.
Let's say queen f5 or b5, is that one
queen,
of b5?
Well, if you go to b5, queen b6.
Yeah.
And that's just the end. there because I'm exchanging queens. Clear pawn up.
Yep. So try f5.
So let's go to, takes queen f5. Queen b6 anyway is a bit annoying. A lot annoying, not a bit annoying.
Yeah.
So I haven't quite got it. I haven't got the idea. Is his idea bishop f8? Just attacking the pawn directly. I'll tell you something, Dirk-Jan. This is exactly the sort of chess I hate to play with black. I'll tell you why I hate to play this sort of chess. Because, we started off in this position. This position, which is a very fascinating position. It's a position pregnant with possibilities, very rich position. And it means from move 1, you aim for a position, I'm hoping this will load in due course, which it's not doing.
Yeah.
From move 1 with black, you aim for a position where the absolute maximum you can hope for is a draw. Yes. That's it.
Yeah.
There are 2 results. You're playing for 2 results, a draw or a loss. Got no chances of winning. So so this is so dry and, philosophically, it's a miserable way of playing chess. Bent Larsen would never play chess like this.
No,
if you happen to get into such a position, you play it, and that's the nature of the game. But why do you put pressure on yourself? First of all, he has to remember.
But aren't they in this together? Or you blame this rather on black, that the choice of opening?
I think black are not really in it together. It's black's choice to walk a tightrope. Mm-hmm. It's he's trusting his memory, which is obviously very, very good. He's trusting his engine, which is also good, and his own analysis. But he has no prospects of victory. Yeah. Zero.
Yes, and what he has spent his time on so far, these 6 minutes, is on reproducing something you've already seen at home.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So, unattractive chess, I'm sorry to say.
Well, I think we should let's invite our viewers, people who agree on this or don't agree on this.
Yeah. Bent Larsen would never play like this.
So they're
you're playing for 2 results.
Well, this is interesting. So Kramnik apparently went to the confessional booth, and he was very exciting about this game.
Really?
Well, for another reason, because he analyzed it in 2004 before his match with Peter Leko, and he said it was narrowly holding for black.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that was a tweet from Tarjei Svensson, who was listening to the Norwegian broadcast where people can see the confessional, which we cannot. They do not share that with us.
Yeah. Forgive me, Father, for I have sinned.
Yeah. Probably they expect you to
frequently.
Well, they would be afraid that you would be so harsh on these sinners. So that's.
I have sinned so often they would never get me out of the confessional. That's the problem.
Can I get some sort of a subscription? Yeah, that it will be good to hear later from Vladimir
What a
Kramnik.
wasted life, analysing stuff like this.
Yeah, yeah,
Terrible,
yeah.
terrible. Okay, let's
Yeah.
talking of. Let's have a look at some of the other games. We haven't seen Vishy Anand, who is bringing up the
The
rear.
rear.
Yeah, bringing up the rear. Struggling a bit in this tournament. Actually, I had the feeling he was off form yesterday. It didn't look like.
He was fighting like a lion. He wasn't.
Yeah, I mean, you can go down. Look, Magnus Carlsen went down yesterday, but Levon played a brilliant game. And actually, Magnus defended quite well in parts. He did defend well in parts. He played several accurate moves. But Vishy just looked off form, and he didn't.
Yeah, because
he didn't
there were
really
a couple of moments where he could have played. Well, he could have fought better, and
yeah, it just. I think there were some poor choices, some poor decisions, and he didn't really give him enough problems. So this
yeah,
is.
you mean ending up in a bad position is one thing, but then not fighting back energetically enough is another thing.
Okay.
But definitely an unusual position for Vishy Anand.
So we've got the Joker piano again. Seems to be the opening of the tournament. Interesting choices, and Queen takes D3. Wow. What is White's idea here? I wonder.
Apparently, Rook E1 in this game is a new move.
Right.
Knight BD2 and A5 have been played by players like Giri.
And interestingly now, talking of A5, is this the moment to play it? Well, this is very sharp. I haven't yet seen what Vishy's idea is, to be honest.
You mean because optically it looks nice for black?
No, it's actually optically it looks as if there may be some tactical blow here. There are moves like A5 that can be played, which disturb the coordination. And well, if you take, for example, Bishop B1, Queen B5, and then B4, would be good. And even Bishop takes H7 check, but that one's coming in a minute. And Rook takes E5 is good as well. Basically, black can't take this. So Knight D7 could be played. And then there are some possibilities like, I don't know, how about this one? No. Queen G6. Well, maybe. Probably this one is going here. I haven't grasped it yet, to be honest. What is the idea? So I'm struggling a little bit right now.
Yeah, but you feel that, let's say, a move like Rook E1, it's part of a concept that you have in mind.
There are other moves. This one doesn't seem to be particularly good. Knight takes E5 looks like it can be met by Queen G3, and with a double attack on the queen and on f2. So
is there a counter attack at the end of that line if you take on h5?
queen takes f2 check.
Yeah, h2,
And queen takes.
and then bishop
Yeah.
takes f7.
Oh, it's mate.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe. It's an interesting idea. That's a good question. And bishop takes f7, or maybe even
Well, maybe you can.
play this
Yeah.
one. No, this one bishop. No, you can even do this. Bishop g1, check king g1. That looks dangerous. So there are some tricky tactics there. After queen to knight e5. What else have we got? Queen f5 could be played. He's gone a5.
Oh,
This is some
well,
interesting.
you know, Nigel, the more I look at this game and the more you tell me about it,
Yeah.
the more I think back to the one game that Vishy Anand won against Wesley So. I mean, they've made several draws, and there's only one
Yeah.
decided game. That was 2 years ago in Shamkir.
Yeah,
Vishy Anand won a beautiful attacking game there.
yeah,
Do you remember there was a peace sacrifice, and it was an opening idea that his second Gajewski
yeah.
had worked on, and
Yeah.
and he's a very tactical player.
Yeah.
So,
That's right.
yeah.
That's right.
So you never know if
and
this.
and then, by the way, knight d7. I'm now just looking at this move, knight e4. Just a very simple move. Takes, and there is a double. Well, this knight is, poorly placed. Perhaps you can play bishop takes f3 first. That might be all right. And who knows? I can't.
if you have to go
rook
back to b8 with your
yeah,
knight.
you might have to go to b8 with your knight, which doesn't look very inspiring. And obviously, if that were played, White would certainly have compensation, if nothing else. It's got very good compensation, in fact,
Yeah.
just... so this is it's a possibility. You could even take here. I'm just tossing out some ideas. Rook d5, knight here, bishop e3, and I mean that's a sort of. I'm maybe missing many things, but here White has got two bishops and fantastic play. So this is certainly a very very playable idea for White. So I'm just wondering, how long did Wesley So spend on this move? Quite a bit of time, actually.
Yes.
So he just decided to grab this pawn. And here.
Yep.
Yeah, it's
But it might very well be one of Gajewski's ideas.
it could be.
Because the interesting thing is that there's one thing that distinguishes him from all the participants in this tournament, that he's got an opening named after him.
Yeah,
There's the Gajewski Gambit,
yeah.
and I don't think any of the players here has a line named after him.
I do.
But you're not playing.
I'm not playing that.
So now you know why.
That's right.
And why Gajewski is not playing.
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah. So, yep. It's no doubt this is
Yeah.
a line with a story.
Yeah.
That's-
Yeah. And yeah, that's interesting actually. Knight these are difficult. These are difficult tactics for an old man.
Yeah. Well, we have a question, and indeed, let's not forget that you can send us questions to qa@norwaychess.com, and it's a question from David McDonald, who says, "What are the rules around players talking to each other during a competitive match?"
You can't.
Yeah, that's a
the
short answer.
You can't.
You can't. But of course, there are tournaments where people are not that strict.
Yeah.
They,
That's right. In fact,
where the arbiter trusts them, because it is.
I mean, sometimes you have those invitational events, and you have people there, and people chat. But I think the moment there is any suspicion, people have to shut up. So,
well, but it's mutual trust. I mean, the arbiters and also the players between themselves. I've seen players talk a lot during the Tal Memorial, and I don't think anyone was taking offence.
No. I've been to lots of times. I mean, the last tournament I played in the Tepe Siegerman tournament.
You were allowed to Turk?
The people were Turking. Yeah, so, and nobody gave a damn. Because it was obvious nobody was cheating. It was just,
I think it must be difficult during the Olympiad that you're not allowed, because then you're running into so many old friends, and then you just have to...
And then you get harassed by these idiot arbiters, waving electronic wands.
Yeah. So A5.
Okay. So it looks.
Maybe it is time to have a look at the world champion. I mean, afterwards.
Let's have a look at the world champion. Right. Okay. So, we've been ignoring the world champion. That's
not fair.
No, it's not fair. Disrespectful.
Yeah.
So, this is a. Do you know the name of this opening?
What was it? It started with Joko. Yeah.
This one has been seen before,
and
will be seen again.
Yes.
H3, great.
So now Giri can show what you should play against one of his favorite openings.
Gaining some space. Knight H5.
So we want to know
what's wrong with Knight takes E5.
Yes, what's wrong?
Well, for one thing, maybe Queen H4 is a good move. Defending the knight and attacking Freddy. The F pawn.
And Freddy is trembling now.
Yeah. That one looks dangerous.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
That's good question, because you have to spot these things. There may be other moves as well, but that's good enough, I think.
Yeah.
You've always got to ask these questions during a game. You can't just play Knight H5 on general principles. And you can't play Knight takes E5 on general principles.
If it's in line with 5 general principles and loses a piece, then that's still a lousy move. So,
yeah. So he went Knight F1, Queen, and these are, we see this quite often, that this Queen coming here to support the knight, and we've actually seen this in several games so far. Once the knight comes in on F4, it puts pressure on, in particular, those two points, G2 and H3.
It's one of the great things of H3 having been played.
Yeah, it creates some tactical opportunities. So, when knight here takes knight takes. It's a little bit insipid by Magnus, I think. What are their scores, by the way? Did we have their previous scores?
Yes, they. Well, for a long time, Giri had a plus score because he beat Magnus Carlsen in 2011 in Vaganze with the black pieces in 22 moves, and it took a long time before Magnus Carlsen finally won a game against him. It was a bit frustrating, and I remember reading here a newspaper article with the heading, "Will Magnus ever beat this man?"
Yeah, and well, he did.
It was bound to happen. It happened in Bilbao last year, where he put big pressure, and he played a very courageous. Opening middle game play, and was rewarded for that because Giri, he ran low on time, and at some point the complications were just too big to solve at the board, and Magnus Carlsen won his first game. Then it seemed he was going to win his second game this year in Vaganze, which must have been almost a traumatic game for Magnus Carlsen. He was playing very well. And at a certain point, he missed a mate in 3.
Yeah, missing mate in 3 is. Was he in bad time trouble?
The funny thing was that both players hadn't spotted it.
Yeah, that normally helps with your defence if you haven't noticed it yourself, because you tend to give it away if you're playing the world champion and you're.
But both had completely missed it, and then
I remember once having a game against. Alexander Halifman, and he had mate in 3, and just.
And you didn't see it either.
Well, I had seen it, but I mean.
Then you thought, okay, let's get out of here.
Let's just stay quiet. He was in a bit of time trial. You missed it, of course. You know that's.
But then it became a very dramatic game because they ended up in an ending with. So Anish has a queen, and white. Magnus had a rook and. I think a bishop and 2 pawns, H and G pawn, and he had to defend that till late at night. But he saved the draw.
Yeah.
So I think this is always a difficulty with Magnus Carlsen, that we're used to him choosing these quiet setups.
Yeah.
But we've also seen here that sometimes it just doesn't bring you anything.
Yeah.
And if you don't manage to get the thing going at some point, then you might wonder maybe.
And yesterday he made a principled decision to take what turned out to be a very hot pawn.
Yeah.
20 minutes invested in calculation, and it probably wasn't good.
We haven't heard from him yet if he missed something or if he just wanted to be brave and thought, okay, we'll see what happens.
Well,
I don't see an immediate tragedy, so let's go for the.
I think I probably shouldn't reveal these things because I had breakfast with Magnus's second, Peter Heine Nielsen, and without divulging too much. He was saying, he was quite impressed with Bishop C2 yesterday. That was a very unusual move, very unusual idea.
Yeah,
it's the sort of thing that you could think about if you're sat there and in deep thought, rather than only pushing buttons.
Yeah.
But it's not a very regular theme. So we'll leave that. Magnus is, I don't think he's got very much at all, but it may become interesting later on.
Yeah, and as said, Magnus, he didn't say anything about the game. He, tried to stay away from the press conference, and I think his appearance at TV2 was very brief and pretty silent.
Yeah. Yeah, so we.
Which is not normal, Nigel. I mean, you think it's normal?
My view is that they have contracts, and I don't know what it says in their contracts, but if they are, obliged to show up like they are in many sports, then they just have to do that. So
Why is it that chess players think that they are suffering more when they lose than other sporters?
than tennis players, for
Yeah.
example. Yeah, I don't know. So he played bishop e5, and maybe I'm not quite sure what the idea is. Bishop f8 looks like a possible response, but he goes bishop here. Knight d4 is of course the idea. Knight b6, and yeah, it's you see, black is forced into these defensive measures because this type of position is just a little bit uncomfortable for black. The two bishops are good, and he's just going to get squeezed. Basically, that's what's going to happen in a position like this. So here, knight b6 is a sort of tactical defense. Obviously, if A takes B, C takes B, removing that pawn from attack. But he goes, plays with courage, takes. B takes a4. And rook e8, so he pins him now. He's not threatening, I should point out, he's not threatening f6 because that move would be illegal. So,
Yeah.
little points to notice. But he may be threatening to move his king and then to follow it up with f6.
Yeah. And now that we're looking at the game of Levin Aronian, we should ask our viewers to do some more participating.
Yep.
Because you had this inspired moment at the start of the round. You were playing some music,
Well,
Nigel.
I was looking out of the window,
And
and I thought, what lousy Norwegian weather.
No, this is... it's as it is.
It's as it is. Oh,
Yeah.
sorry. It's
Yeah.
excellent Norwegian
Yeah.
weather.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you thought it might start raining,
Yeah, that's right.
which might threaten the dikes.
They might threaten the dike.
Or the levees.
I thought, I made a little tweet about Levon Aronian. So here we are. Have we got it?
Yeah, so the tweet was, if it keeps on raining, Levin's gonna break.
That's it.
And that was a tribute to the creative play of Levin Aronian.
If it keeps on raining, Levon's going to break.
It's this classic Led Zeppelin song. So if you have any classic songs that we may, where we can put in a player's name.
That's right. That's right. So
It has to be creative.
You've got to be creative. Use your
Preferably referring to the current tournament or what's going on. So that was Levin.
I did this for Dirk Jan really because he's a Zeppelin fan.
Well, you're not averse of
I like Zeppelin. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
good.
they've been dead for a while, haven't they? Sort of,
Don't say that to Jimmy Page. He might be very upset.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, shall we make a quick round to see? Of course,
Yeah.
we should have a look at
Yeah.
Kayak in Caruana, your favorite game.
Right. And actually, I noticed a tweet from Varun Yengar, and he said, my comment on Fabiano's chess here, he said, it's very true, you'll have to sit Caruana, you have to sit Caruana and make your point. Tull would have cried witnessing such chess. That was the remark. Tull would have cried because it's negative chess.
Yeah. It's not providing big pleasure.
Well, it's also it's some form of masochism.
And we shouldn't forget that we got another photo from a viewer from her working room.
Okay, if we got the photos, we're encouraging people, as always, to send in photos of how they're watching the broadcasts.
And this is the situation in the office of the Iranian Chess Federation, I think.
Yep, that's right. I even recognize the office, yes.
And it's a message from Shorey Bayat, if I pronounce that correctly.
Near enough.
Yeah, she's an international arbiter, and this is apparently her office. She's doing well,
Yep.
Especially because she manages to find time to watch the broadcast.
And General Secretary of the Federation.
She is.
Yeah.
That's a prominent position.
Yeah.
So,
it's good.
Thank you for that.
Good. You should be doing your work, Shorey.
Well, there's always a way you can say that this is part of your work.
Ah, yes.
You want to keep up with current developments.
That's it.
Yeah. All right. So, so what's happening here, Nigel? Is there's nothing to excite you yet?
I like Bishop d4, just dominating the knight.
Yes.
Well, perhaps knight f6 could be played anyway there. I mean, it's so close to just being extremely bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bishop d4 I like. What's coming next? Might just about be able to hang on with such moves. Perhaps rook c6. Maybe it goes back. And this could be the sort of thing that Vladimir Kramnik in his confessional was talking about.
Yeah. Yeah.
That it could just be a draw. And after such a move, he's defending with some important tactics that the move b3
Yes.
actually gives, well, here it would be decisive. So those
So
are
probably at some point, White will make some.
Well, White has got to be very precise, and I think that's why he's having a think. There are such moves as also knight d4 is an interesting idea. And I'm guessing knight f6, attacking the pawn. And who knows? Put the knight in on b5. Is that going to cause enough of a problem? And perhaps not. Bishop f4.
Yeah.
Maybe Kramnik is right that he's just defending by the skin of his teeth.
Yeah.
But
that would be,
horribly negative chess.
Yeah.
Sorry to say. I mean, this
Why
is.
didn't you say so?
It's like going to the office, you know. I mean, if you're going to play, you know, chess like this, where's the fun?
Well, we'll have to ask Fabiano later.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe he has a very good explanation for that.
You become an accountant if you're playing like this.
Yeah.
It's a much more interesting job.
Yeah.
Numbers.
Any sort of accountant. Let's go to Vishy Anand against Wesley So, where
This was actually,
the queens have gone off.
Yeah, so he played after queen a5. He whipped it off. He played bishop f3, which actually doesn't look that great. Yeah, so takes, knight takes. Now he can't take. The knight has to go to c8 and b4. And this, we've seen Vishy playing some positional sacrifices in this tournament so far, have we not? This looks like a rather good one. I'm guessing bishop d6 will be played, perhaps not. And I would be looking at such a move, maybe knight g5, with the idea of coming to e4. But it's not clear. It's not clear at all.
No.
Perhaps you play g4 there just to get a little control. Yeah, White certainly has play. Does he have more than that? So I'm just coming onto this MVL game against Levon Aronian, and bishop a2, rook e8, pinning, rook a1, and actually,
Yep. Going after that.
when your rook is on a1, it normally comes into the center, and here he's going back. So that's a reversal of the usual stuff. And there's a little tactic here, which is shown. Bishop e4, bishop d4. So he extricates himself, takes here. And black is playing for activity. And after some move like this, I guess knight e5, and at this point the knight can start causing a real disturbance on f3. And I'll just give you an example of how this could be a bit irritating. Rook d1. You can also consider rook b8 here, but if you simply actually maybe I should go rook b8. It's very disturbing. It's hard to believe that
the black has a lot of activity.
Yeah. You know, if white could get the rooks off in a position like this and somehow consolidate, he would be much better, or even winning actually. But it doesn't feel like it in this position. It looks like black is too active.
Yeah, because I was also looking at ideas of bishop b1 and then trying to round up the pawn, but you don't have time for that. I mean, black has so many active threats.
Mm-hmm.
Good. Kramnik Nakamura.
Yeah, this we've been ignoring, and this is actually, I think, I need to check this one on the database. So I should have a look on this.
Well, there's a lot of new stuff there.
Yeah. So what's new? What can you tell me about that? You've got some comments coming in.
Yeah, but that was mainly that it's just new stuff, you know.
It's new stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not very familiar with this at all. So here is the pin right in the opening. Queen a4 takes bishop d7. Actually, the only sensible way that black can get out of this takes, and this is the first concession that has been made, that Kramnik has won the bishop pair in an open position.
Yeah.
if we would somehow magically get the queens off and have an end game, this would be an unpleasant end game, particularly because you've got an imbalance in the pawn structure. White has a majority on the queen side and could be able to exploit that. Yeah. So the main problem is to complete development. So he's gone bishop d2, clearly with the idea of castling queenside, which comes.
Apparently this g6 is a new idea.
What's the normal move?
That I don't know. This is the only info I've
g6.
gotten.
Yeah. So and So he's actually keeping. He keeps this diagonal open for the queen in case of a discovered attack. There's another point that I mean, just if you look very superficially, you might just for a moment think, oh, bishop h6 is good, a discovered attack on the queen. This fails to bishop takes bishop.
Checky.
Check. And the important thing is it's check. So that would be no good at all.
There was a game that saw instead of g6, e6, Nigel.
That was better for who was that?
It was a long game, Movsesian against Duda.
Right. Okay.
Well, strong players.
Yeah, strong players.
Ended in a white win after a long fight, so I'm not sure if that was related to the opening.
Yeah. Okay. But looks slightly better for white. After this, which is certainly a good move, takes. The advantage of the bishop pair has disappeared. So Kramnik is hoping to exchange one advantage for another. He goes c3. And I guess he wants c3 is controlling some squares. Normally you should have your bishop on your pawns on the opposite color square of to your bishop, and knight c5 is a possible move. Another move here would be I would say g3, with the idea of putting the bishop on the Catalan diagonal, and I think that would be very much a Volodya idea.
Yeah, to put pressure on the black queen side,
Yeah,
which has there's some vulnerable spots there.
My impression is it's. Did he play it? He's played g3, so I know I know my Volodya. I know how he likes to play. Doesn't mean I can play like him. I can play like him sometimes, but g3 bishop g2 looks like a good setup.
So how do we explain this one? Good.
Sorry about that. Just reading some.
Yeah. But you know that already.
Yeah.
So CJ Demoy, he replies to our request for a musical.
Oh right.
So George Michael never talked at the board as a Carlson whisper.
Oh, that's quite good actually. That's quite good. A Carlson
could have
whisper.
sent him to a different caravana.
Different caravana? What's that?
Different caravana.
Don't know what that one is referring to. Caravan, different. I don't know.
Caravan? I don't know.
You have to explain that one to us, CJ.
Yeah,
but we knew the careless whisper. Yeah, that was good.
And there's a "Gimme Shelter" reference. You like the Stones? Or you're more of a Beatles man.
Yeah,
That Jan Buys, he suggests that Carlson wasn't only gave a short interview yesterday because of, a storm is threatening my very life today. If I don't get some shelter, I'm gonna fade away. Very good.
Okay, jolly good. Jolly spiffing. Maybe it's time for a break.
It is, and then we come back,
we'll come back
to you soon for. It's not as exciting as yesterday yet, but you never know what some of the guys still have in store for us. So don't go away. Have a coffee and join us in a couple of minutes.
Have a mate.
Oh, have a mate. And take a picture while you, if you do so. Good. See you soon.
There are a million reasons to walk through our door. Important or not, here are some more. Is it the smile that greets you, or the view outside? The 24-hour room service, we let you decide. Do you need to escape? Simply get away. To work when it's night and sleep when it's day. Relax, unwind with the people you love. Maybe that's your reason and none of the above. To visit something old or discover something new, our local knowledge will show you what to do. Passion is a word we choose to live by. Passion in our service, food, and even our goodbye. We have passion in everything we do, and whatever your reason, we'll take care of you. Clarion living, not just staying.
Inspired by the city of Ålesund, the Scandinavian Art Nouveau capital on the west coast of Norway, the Fondorn timepiece, an elegant, high-quality watch with clean lines and Art Nouveau-inspired dial, protected by a beautiful sapphire crystal. The slim, surgical steel case contains a premium Swiss movement. It's water-resistant up to 5 ATM. Elegant yet strong. The Fondorn timepiece comes in 4 different color options and is delivered to you in a beautiful wooden box. Inspired by the city of Ålesund, the Scandinavian Art Nouveau capital on the west coast of Norway, the Fondorn timepiece, an elegant, high-quality watch with clean lines and Art Nouveau-inspired dial, protected by a beautiful sapphire crystal. The slim, surgical steel case contains a premium Swiss movement. It's water-resistant up to 5 ATM. Elegant yet strong. The Fondorn timepiece comes in 4 different color options and is delivered to you in a beautiful wooden box.
Welcome back to Stavanger. Welcome back to round 5 of Altibox Norway chess. We haven't been paying a lot of attention to the Game of the World champion. He's in 8th place at the moment, which is
Yeah, that's it.
a very unusual thing.
Yeah.
But of course, he deserves our attention, and we are going to have a look at his game against Anish Giri.
Yep,
There
okay.
are 20 moves almost underway. And, well, the opening wasn't too
Electric.
electric. So let's see if he can infuse some life into this position.
So it went knight f4, bishop e3, and he took this, which is a slightly odd choice in a way, because f takes e, of course, forces you to place that knight on a different square. So you spent 3 moves putting it on f4, only to have to retreat.
But the white bishop has disappeared.
The white bishop has disappeared, and perhaps one shouldn't be so dogmatic.
Because do you really have
yeah.
a choice? If you don't exchange, then you just, well, you lose a tempo if white exchanges. But
Yeah, and maybe also you have to watch out for b5 ideas,
Yeah.
anyway, which in fact came.
yes,
Take b5. We've got this expansion, and queen b3, and an interesting decision now. D5, and obviously there is a choice, but most obvious move would be to capture. Knight takes, and I don't know. You actually need the pawn on e3 to cover this square f4. So it's not immediately apparent how you can improve things. I'm just looking at some sort of mini tactics here. Knight takes e5. Yeah, in fact, maybe you could do this in the other way round. Queen takes. Knight takes f3 check. And I'm just wondering whether this is going to cause any problems at all. Probably not, because I think queen takes
yeah.
d3 should be fine. So he's taken on a8 first. I think he's setting up some little ideas like this, but he's saying the A file is not that useful, and I suspect he's probably right. I've had a message from CJ Demoy with who sent in a very nice suggestion. We're making fun of people's names. We're with songs.
Yeah.
And he suggested a Carlson, with the George Michael songs, which I didn't know. Well, I knew the first one. He said a Carlson Whisper, which of course was a Careless Whisper, which is a number one in 1984. And he goes on to say George Michael, initials GM.
Yeah. That's also
George Michael, GM, had another UK number one in 1986 with a different corner, a different Caruana. That's it. So some good puns there.
And we have a first result as well, which is
MVL.
not a enormous surprise. So Maxime Vacher-Lagrave and Levon Aronian, their game has petered out to a draw. And so the Marshal is still alive and kicking. Well,
and Sir Stuart Milner-Berry's his novelty,
his legacy is still there,
still intact.
So we'll hear from them later if what kind of surprise H4 was, how interesting that was, if it was really something that changes the evaluation of the system. Probably not.
I doubt it.
So, two players that we always are happy to hear from what their view is on their game and the tournament. Because Levon, I mean, he's been playing inspired chess so far. So
yeah, look, he's played very boldly, very aggressively. Had a very good position against Anish Giri.
Yep.
Then, but then later he got into time trouble and was probably quite happy to draw.
Yes.
But he played aggressively and boldly in that game against the tournament leader Hikaru Nakamura. He was pressing.
Yep.
And I think I can see
he's here. So Yep.
Levon Aronian is.
We briefly go off air so we can rearrange things here. Doesn't take more than a minute.
Yeah, and we'll be back very soon. Yeah. Welcome back, and we have with us Levon Aronian and Maxime Vacher-Lagrave, who drew their game, the first draw of the the day. And I want to ask you, Maxime, you played this line before, haven't you, in the Marshall?
Yes, a lot of times.
Where is your advantage?
Well, I mean, I thought H4 was a clever try,
Okay, so this was let's
but
this was your novelty.
yeah, I think it is. But I looked at this position multiple times, and I just didn't. I mean, it just never crossed my mind what 11 we played, and then after knight b6, I realized it's not gonna be my day.
Right. So
I was hoping it would be my day. I mean, play a couple of moves,
Well, I mean,
like A5 perhaps.
a5 instead of knight x c6.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. But
So, Levon, when you saw this line, did you feel terror in your heart when you saw Maxime playing this line?
I don't think there are any lines in Marshall that
Give
can
any
give me the-
advantage? Give
that
any
can give me
advantage?
the terror. There is a lot of advantage for white
Yeah.
in Marshall, but the terror not.
Yeah, because
Black is always active.
black is always holding somehow with some activity. Yeah. So, where was where, if anywhere, was the moment you started to get optimistic, just in case? Can you show us this? You
Okay, I was a bit excited here.
Okay.
I thought, you know,
we didn't have a lot of excitement in the
Yeah, I
game.
know.
So,
Yeah, because rook d1, bishop c2. I mean, this is the line that
yeah,
I missed at first. Rook
because
d8.
it looks very exciting. Because
Oh.
it seems that
Yeah.
white is doing fine with knight b7, but there is bishop a3, and suddenly,
wow.
suddenly, it's
So
very close.
Yeah, you're not half the man you used to be. Yeah, that's.
Yes.
I mean, there's knight a5, but
Okay.
at
Then you lose
best
the
it's a
pawn.
draw. Yeah.
But you lose the pawn on c3.
Yeah, I mean, there are practical chances to all of this, but yeah,
Yes.
I mean, rook a1 is a bit safer.
Okay.
Yeah, I was very upset to see that here I don't have any strong moves.
I mean, best try to keep the struggle on, but I'm not sure it's a smart one. Would be this.
Yeah, but I wasn't sure I want anything.
You're already,
I mean, that's before. Yeah.
you're already thinking in terms of equality here at this point. Or
Well,
not.
I mean, both sides, I guess.
Yeah, both sides. So a peaceful day after the violence of yesterday. So, and can you give us, whilst you're here, Jens, can you give us your opinions on the other games? Can we just have a quick
We sure can.
run through? Give me your instantaneous assessments on this. Apparently, Kramnik went to the confession box and said that he had analysed all of this variation some
In the
years
90s.
in the a long time. No, 2004, I think he'd analysed it, and he said black is just holding on after. Yeah, that was his comment. It may have changed if far more powerful engines these days.
But in such positions, powerful or weak engines don't matter.
It's just a draw.
Yeah, no, but
It's simple, kind of.
I mean, Fabiano repeating this after playing it against me shows that he has fair confidence in his position, and I sort of agree they should hold.
You've looked at this. You looked at this before the game. This queen takes b7.
Yeah, I had looked at this, but not
very
in the details, and
So you decided to avoid it.
yeah, but actually, I think it was a better practical try what I actually did against Fabi.
Yeah. But with the same result. So you think it's simple?
It's not that simple, but should be a draw.
I mean, rook a5 might be already.
Yeah.
Check.
Knight, Yeah, knight f8.
95.
Rook d5.
Knight c6.
Okay, come on.
Yeah.
You were suggesting this? Okay, just have a quick
I
look.
mean, it's not completely easy. Rook c8.
Yeah.
It's
And then what? Knight?
knight f8, 95, takes knight c6.
Yeah, it's true that
And,
here you
uh,
never know what can happen.
Yeah, and this is quite good coordination for,
I mean, it's
for white.
still a draw, but it's not trivial anymore.
Yeah, yeah,
Well, I mean, f6 should
yeah. Okay,
be enough, but okay.
right.
Some activity. At least.
No great enthusiasm here. More enthusiasm, I believe,
Yes.
in this position.
Yeah, I believe white is pressing quite hard in this sort of this. I mean, in this kind of positions.
So what happens? Takes knight b5, yeah?
And you can also start with bishop d5, maybe.
Oh,
Ooh.
but what if e4?
Knight g5.
Ah, knight g5 like that. Yeah?
So possibly this is a good
Well, I'm not.
Maybe I'll
I'm
play
not
knight
sure it's a
b5
good
anyway.
move. I'm not sure. Yeah, and there I wanted to take on c6, take on e5.
Okay, but what if I just repeat? You repeat with bishop b3. You kind of improve slightly, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure, but
And then you can play e4. Nice.
Knight g5. It doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. It's the same. So that's possible.
But he can also
He
take-
can also just.
I mean,
take-
there's also e4, knight g5, knight e5.
Okay.
Ah, knight g3.
So he can
Yeah,
also.
so probably he should take.
So
Yeah,
you should
probably I
play-
should take.
Play the simplest way, the
knight
primitive.
is on d6.
Sorry, knight is on d6. I've got the wrong position.
So takes.
Takes, rook takes, probably.
I was thinking knight b5.
Knight b5.
Rook is 7, maybe.
Ah, that's very tricky.
But take, and if rook c7, bishop d4 might be even trickier.
Yeah. So you could be.
Well, I mean, probably rook
Maybe
e7
not rook
is
e7,
not.
yeah.
Yeah, rook e7 is a little bit ambitious.
Well, it's not ambitious, it's just too cheap.
Yeah.
But bishop d2, I mean,
Rook d8.
yeah, bishop e1. E1 is
But
always.
this might be okay for black.
But why? I mean, this
It
bishop on
looks-
a7 is suspicious.
Looks okay. So possibly an edge for white.
No, I mean, for sure an edge. The question is if it's enough.
Yeah.
Bishop e1, I'll probably play
Okay.
knight d4.
All right.
Ah, no, I can't.
All
Rook
right.
c1, yeah?
So we're going to have
Doesn't make any sense.
a quick run arounds. We're not going to analyze them in detail.
This
Evaluations, quick evaluations.
is- I would say
Around-
this is
around
slightly,
equal. C6.
slightly more pleasant.
What was the big deal?
I don't know.
C6, c4, yeah?
C6, maybe even d4, if that's possible.
Okay, maybe
So-
it's a little bit more pleasant for white, yeah.
That's because Magnus is white.
No.
We don't look at that. I mean, we look at the
We're
position,
extremely objective.
Of course you are. Of course you are.
except when it comes to our own games.
Yeah.
Yes. That's when we're always better.
Right. And the last one, which is very important for the tournament standings.
Looks very good for white. How does black parry rook d7?
Well, black
Takes,
doesn't.
he takes and he plays rook h2.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Okay. Knight b6.
Rook d8.
Rook d8, yeah?
Well, I mean, rook
okay.
b7.
Okay, let's have a look
yeah.
at some.
But maybe here white has a better try.
Maybe rook b7, take on g3, rook
Okay,
takes
you want-
b7.
We're looking at a very direct way
Oh,
to
rook
play.
b7. Yes, that's very... No, don't take. Take on b7 at once.
Take him b7 at once.
Well,
Knight a5?
maybe you can start with bishop g5 check. This
Oh, you
could
get
be.
mated, so we can't do that.
Yeah, bishop g5, yeah, and then
And
takes with
then,
the rook.
or
And
even
then-
knight d. Yeah, yeah.
And now rook takes.
Again, my cheap tricks just don't do white any good. So, or g2. I mean, this could
Okay.
easily rook
Okay.
takes f2.
Ah, you defend the damn thing.
Yes.
That's the.
Your excitement came to an
Oh,
end.
my my excitement came. I've got to.
But you still have
Well, I mean,
94.
there's excitement.
There's
but
another excitement.
And you're
Not
probably
a-
better because you captured G3.
Yeah, that's
No, but
it.
why? I mean,
I'm good.
bishop h4. Why would white be better?
You should be somehow better.
Yeah, because I've got 2 rooks and you have none.
I'll take
Yeah.
And I've got pawns. You know,
The king will come back.
pawns are the farmers of chess. And
There are farmers. And
You have to trust the farmers.
Good.
The
good.
king is coming back.
Yeah, king is coming.
g5.
What do you want?
Maxime, look,
Maxime,
Maxime, rooks.
rooks are stronger than bishops.
5 points, 5
G3?
points, Maxime. Come
I
on.
mean, I don't know, 95. I mean, I'm sort of getting excited, but could be wrong.
Just for you, I will
Okay.
stop all your excitement. Just a couple of moves and your excitement will disappear.
Yeah. Okay.
Fair
still-
enough.
still-
And, and your grievance.
We'll start, yeah?
Yes.
yeah. Okay. So it's a forced win for white. We've realised, and
Yeah.
so we'll have a new leader after this.
This is very exciting. This
No,
position is
but
extremely exciting.
but it
Maybe white should play some like f4, but now
Yeah.
it's too weakening, yeah?
maybe not. Maybe not. I like it.
Well, I mean,
You
you
think
can
takes in G5?
play some sort of king b1s and
No.
maybe
Why not f4? Excellent.
And then you can even take and play rook d8, most likely.
yes.
Because this g3 is always weak then.
Okay. All right. So thank you very much for your quick evaluations.
As quick as the game.
As quick as the game, which didn't quite match up to
Expectations?
well, yesterday's rounds we had 5 gripping.
I have one
gripping
question,
games.
though.
Yeah.
Okay, rook d8.
Yeah, I was trying to be smart, but anytime I take on b7, of course, I mean, this is an issue for white. So like just go knight d8 and
That's it.
If only you've been so active in the game.
We'll take a short break, and we'll be back in a minute or two. Thanks.
soon as well.
Yeah, let's do all that.
No, in 10
Yeah,
minutes.
yeah. Yeah, let's do the photos.
And welcome back to Stavanger, where game 5 of Altibox Norway Chess is in progress. One game finished, a draw. We just saw Maxime Verschela-Graaf and Levin Aronian here. Yeah, the other games are in progress, but no really exciting turns at the moment. So we're going to show you 2 photos that we just received from viewers who keep responding to our request to show how they are watching the broadcast. And we have one
from
Argentina again. So where's the mate?
Yeah, mate, mate. Norway chess from.
But that's an old one.
No, it's an old one. Yeah,
it's an old one.
Yeah, I seem to remember that's an old one.
Yeah, that's an old one.
Yeah,
or it's
Bariloche, isn't it? I thought that was.
Yeah. We had that one yesterday.
Yeah.
So,
okay.
So we shouldn't play.
We got some newer ones.
All right, quantum mechanics, Colombian coffee, and chess. Yeah, that's what I like.
Yeah, excellent. Quantum mechanics. You normally do that with your chess, do you?
Yeah. We start the day with. Oh, it looks pretty complicated.
It does. We'll leave you to that, Vladimir.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Very much.
Good. That's good.
Don't make any mistakes in your calculations.
Yep.
And here is a reaction to our suggested songs, and it's Kevin Murphy from Bellevue in the United States. He says, I see that today Maxime Verschela-Graaf has been channeling Tal's behavior at the board and Led Zeppelin as well. That explains the Stairways to Levin. Stairways to Levin. Very nice, Kevin.
Yes, yeah. Okay. That was actually quite good.
It's quite good. Yeah. Well, this is also, it's a question, from someone whose email address is Moral Insanity, so that's probably not his or her name. Hello, do you know if top players take a look at computer versus computer games? I think they do.
They do.
They do.
That's why I'm not a top player, because I don't. They do. They definitely do.
They see that as part of their work.
Yeah.
And it may not always be the greatest fun, but it simply cannot be ignored.
Yeah.
There's things happening there, and I know that Magnus Carlsen, for one, that he admitted that yes, I occasionally look at that, but
and I think some of the other players, it's more than occasionally.
And we're on the right track.
Yep.
Chris Salt, he tells us that it's a shame about Magnus's communication breakdown yesterday. He seemed a little dazed and confused after the game. Must have been quite a heartbreaker. Okay, thanks, Chris.
Yeah, wasn't actually a pun with his name, but anyway, for the Led Zeppelin fans.
Yeah. This is interesting. Brian Smith, he says, how do we get draws when I have heard no draw offers are allowed? Well, you do not necessarily have to offer them to get them.
Yeah.
So
like perpetual check.
Perpetual check is one. Repetition of moves. Then, in fact, you have to go to the arbiter and say, okay, this is what I'm going to do. So does this qualify? And then she or he tells you if that is the case.
Yeah.
Actually, they've made the rules a bit more lenient here, because there was a game where Levin Aronian and his opponent, I forgot, was it against Nakamura?
Yeah, Hikaru. Yeah.
They at some point they just agreed a draw, which was
illegal. Illegal.
Yes, if one of the other players had made a protest, then you would have to work on your appeals committee.
Yeah, I'm on the appeals committee. I'm not sure.
So
I have to be scrupulously neutral.
So in fact, what they told the players is, Yeah, we're not going to be stricter than necessary, and there was nothing.
Am I there because I'm such an appealing personality? Is that the reason?
I think
No, I don't think so, because you often find Macropolis on the appeals committee. Yeah, so obviously not. Sorry.
Yeah, well,
Forgive
maybe
me,
you should
forgive me.
point out
Yeah.
that this is the appeals committee here is something entirely different from.
FIDE appeals committees, you normally sit on them and you get paid thousands of dollars for doing absolutely nothing and not even watching the games. Here, JJ, he bought me a glass of wine last night, so it's not quite the same as the thousands of dollars and all expenses, but it was
close. It was close. Very
At the
close.
prices of Norwegian wine, it's almost the same, actually.
So, talking about repetitions, Nigel, if we go to the game Kramnik Nakamura,
Oh, right, we've got. Oh yes,
to me that
sorry.
looks like a repetition.
We've got another
wait.
picture here.
This is another.
Yeah, from Armenia, with
They're
love.
drinking mate in Armenia too.
Yeah, Grant Akopyan, which, as you well know, means Jacobson. Did you know that?
I think Grant Akopyan is the manager of Levan Aronian. So
Is that right?
that is right. So Grant is following the tournament, obviously, and seeing what his player is doing. Well,
Right.
he looked in good spirits, Levan. So,
Yeah.
and then he didn't repeat on move 23, but played F4.
Right. Okay, which was a suggestion.
From
Who was it? I've forgotten who suggested it. But I'd like that move. It denies some squares. And there are some little tactics here. I mean, there are things to be avoided when you are black. I'll just say about this that if black plays bishop c5, which looks possible, white simply takes on c6 and rook d8 check. So picking up this rook here. So bishop c5, which looks just instantaneous idea, fails. And another active looking move, rook h2, fails to check, followed by rook takes rook. So I'm guessing this is a little bit unpleasant, actually, for... I think it's a little bit unpleasant for Hikaru Nakamura. And it's a very, very important game.
Yeah.
Because we could have a switching of the lead if Vlad squeezes successfully.
And he wouldn't mind, because let's not forget that Vladimir, he has several aims in this tournament. It's not only winning the tournament or finishing high, but also to improve his rating a bit, because his rating will be important for the qualification to the candidates tournament. There will two players will qualify on rating, and Vladimir Kramnik, he's one of the candidates to do so. So any points that he can collect here are very important.
Yeah.
It would save him the trouble of playing a World Cup or playing the World Cup till the end.
So, sorry to come back here. I just looking at, in fact, Hikaru's played rook h5, which makes a lot of sense. There were some other possibilities, like g5, which would be a logical move to try and gain some activity, but white would probably sacrifice then with f5. In fact, he could even consider rook d7. So this position looks rather precarious, in fact. After rook h5, I don't know whether rook d7 immediately could be a good move. takes. Rook takes knight d8, perhaps. If rook takes knight d8, maybe. Just it's even possible to play such a move.
Yeah, I was looking at that. Yeah.
Takes. Except this is possible.
Ooh,
Check. Some little tactics here.
I play with pieces.
Rook. But I think instead of rook b5, just maybe knight d8 straight off. Because then bishop takes b7 can be well met by this, for example.
And that is annoying.
Yeah.
Yep.
So that's white could also take with the knight on d7, which is also looks a bit better. But the advantage is slender at this point. There are such moves which could be played, and then white would perhaps consider something like knight b8. But it's a question of whether you're going to lose this f pawn, which you may well do. So that might not be good.
So we have another photo from a home situation, how to combine several attractive things. And this is David MacDonald, who is watching the broadcast and watching the Leeds triathlon with the Brownlee brothers. I must confess I don't know the Brownlee brothers, but that's no doubt my mistake.
I'm not very good on triathlons in general.
So that's the triathlon. They on the background. That must be the brothers.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Okay.
Thank you.
British cyclists.
They must
We're
be.
good at that.
Are you?
Yeah, we are.
Oh yeah, you even win the Tour de France these days.
Yeah, well, that's right.
Yeah. Maybe this is a good moment to do the quiz, Nigel.
Yeah, let's do the quiz.
Before we forget.
Yeah, let's not forget.
We mostly try to do this around 6 o'clock after 2 hours of play.
Okay.
And yesterday's question was about which other player besides Magnus Carlsen has played in all the Norway chess editions so far. And many people know that. It's the the moment I had asked the question, the correct answers came flooding in. There were a couple of wrong answers, some pretty surprising from players who were not even playing in this year's edition.
Yes,
And
yeah.
so, but of course it was Levin Aronian. Levin Aronian, he has been here right from the start. And I must say, this time I haven't yet seen him on his bike, because one of the first things he would always do was to arrange a bike with helmets and go cycle in the neighborhood. But Levin Aronian, he's been here 5 times now.
So what's the question for this round?
Well, first we have to give the winner.
Oh, you got to give the winner.
Yeah,
okay, let's do that.
The winner, and the winner for today is Babette Berghaus from Göttingen.
Göttingen.
And for
manuscript of manuscript fame.
Of manuscript fame. For the chess historians should know that in Göttingen we have the Göttingen manuscript, which is, according to Wikipedia, the earliest known work devoted entirely to modern chess.
Cool.
There is some rivalry between the Göttingen manuscript and the Lucena manuscript. It's unclear which one is older, but they're both around 1500, a bit earlier. So well done, Babette. You win a 1-year subscription to New in Chess, both paper, so both manuscript and digital, and that takes us to.
You can feast yourself upon reading.
I'm reading. Yeah.
Yeah.
Which takes us to today's question. So yesterday we saw the most exciting round of Altibox Norway chess so far, with great fights in all 5 games.
How many of the 10 players can play the French horn? No, that's not the question.
That's not the question.
That's not the question. No, we got a different one.
Yeah,
That's tomorrow's
you
question.
shouldn't treat tomorrow's question.
Yeah.
So yesterday the motto seemed to be playing for blood as grandmasters should, which is actually a quote from a song of an English pop band popular in the 80s and 90s. And the song was about Bobby Fischer, I can reveal as much. And we'd like to know the name of the band.
Okay,
So
give us the quote again.
the quote is playing for blood as grandmasters should.
A lyric.
It's a lyric. And we want to know the name of the band who played that song. And of course, if you know the name of the song, that's welcome too. But it's the band suffices.
Yeah.
Good. That was that. And of course, I should have said that the answers to today's quiz can be sent to quiz@norwaychess.com. Quiz@norwaychess.com. The other address we are using is qa@norwaychess.com. That's for general remarks, photos of your home situation, questions to us. You can use that one. You're getting a good tweet?
No, I'm just looking at the. No, I'm just checking. I was just wondering what had happened to Fabiana. Should we go back to the game?
Yeah, sure. Yeah. I'm done
some
here.
more questions.
Yeah,
Okay,
we can do that
let's.
later.
We'll have some more viewers' questions later. So, I was actually just looking at this Karjakin Caruana position because Fabi. I thought we'd lost the transmission because he just
he hasn't.
he seems to have got rigor mortis, but I can see he's deep in thought
After King F1.
after King F1. So Long thinks. So it's interesting. After blitzing out all these moves, he might be heading for time travel anyway. Well, not yet, but it's not impossible.
No. Well, of course, he saves a lot of time by playing that quickly early on. But yeah, now he has to find a clear road to the draw, doesn't he?
Yeah. But I think with accountancy chess, you deserve to suffer.
So it comes with a punishment.
It comes with a punishment, yeah.
As if it wasn't bad enough already. Oh well. I think there was somebody wrote a letter about that. Give me a sec. Yes, this is from Rakesh from Nepal. Well,
great.
Great, we have people following us
from
in Nepal.
Good cricketing nation.
And he doesn't beat about the bush. He's also not too thrilled by the opening choice of Fabiano, and he draws the conclusion that Caruana and Karjakin are never going to make it to the hot seat with Carlsen. And then he concludes, "I believe you know what I mean."
No.
Well,
You mean the World Championship?
Yeah.
Karjakin again. Because Karjakin's
yeah.
already.
Well,
been,
could be Rakesh, but
I wouldn't dismiss these players.
Don't put money on this.
No, I wouldn't dismiss these players at all.
No. So Karjakin has done it once, and Caruana was very close in the candidates tournament in Moscow last year. But thanks for contacting us from Nepal, the city where the father of Anish Giri was born.
Which city?
That's a good question, and I don't know. I'll have to check.
I think Kathmandu is the only place I know.
My guess would be Kathmandu, but I have no idea.
Yeah.
I'm ashamed to say.
Yeah, it'd be nice to go there. I'd like to play some chess in Nepal. It would be
Very good.
Yeah.
So, and it's good that you mentioned from where you're writing that we like that, so it gives us a better idea.
Oh, I can see some people heading for a draw. Let's have a look at this.
And they're called Vishy Anand and Wesley So?
They're called Vishy Anand and Wesley So. So this looks like this just completely petered out after these moves. Why did he do that? Rook takes E8. Why didn't he play Bishop F4? And
Because he was aiming for this.
well, okay. They just stopped it. I mean, King E5, I should point out, is not the last move. This is a very, very common mistake in chess notation, because what they do, they're playing on electronic boards, and the white king will have been placed on E4 and the black king will have been placed on E5 to signify a draw.
Yep.
So Wesley So did not play King E5, blundering a bishop, and in fact they've manually corrected that now.
Yeah, so that has ended in a draw. We saw a long vacuum cleaning action, just getting all the pieces off the board. And soon they will...
It's as if the players have had too much excitement from yesterday, isn't it?
They should have had a free day today. Go to the farm, get some fresh milk, do some...
wring some chickens' necks. That would...
raise some tractors, and then come back with fresh energy.
Yeah.
Yeah, but sometimes that's bound to happen. I mean, there's need not be a connection, but there might as well be one.
Let's go for...
Let's see, they are... I think they will soon be here, so at some point we'll have a brief break to sit them down here and get them their microphones. Well, yeah, what's Magnus Carlsen against Anish Giri? Is all quiet on the board, or is there some tension there in the middle? That
well, there is slight tension, but I don't feel that Anish would be unduly unhappy with this position.
It's not a position where the center cannot hold.
No, I don't think so. Well, I mean, even with exchanges, there is actually a lot of material off the board already, so it's very, very simplified. Magnus made a comment the other day. He said that when you're playing this line, that you have to play super accurately in order to maintain anything.
We switch off the camera briefly. And if you, within a minute, we'll have two chess players here.
Okay.
Rook A4. Yeah.
Welcome back. We've been joined by Vishy Anand and Wesley So, who have drawn their game as we mentioned. Vishy, an interesting little sacrifice in the opening. Was this prepared beforehand?
Well, at least part of it was.
Are you seeing the idea?
Yeah, no, I think. But, well, he kind of took it, which I guess it was also in his preparation.
But because when I play knight b6, I think I have to take, otherwise you play a5, b4, knight c4.
Sure.
So,
no, but the fact that he entered into it pretty quickly meant that he had also taken a look at it.
Yes.
I think I have to make this intermezzo.
And is knight c8 that bad? I was thinking knight c8.
Yeah, I mean, I'll take on e5 and
You take. You can take on e5.
I can't.
So knight c8, knight e5, queen g3, queen h5, queen f2,
King
knight
Kong.
e5.
Knight e5, rook f1.
And you're simply winning. And my queen has nowhere to go. If it's bad then.
Yeah. But unfortunately, we get this. I mean, to be honest, I expected bishop d6.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking at first, but then you get some
But
good
obviously,
play.
this is Wesley is very tactically gifted, so
Thank
he
you.
solves everything.
A bishop d6.
You play
Well,
knight
why-
g5.
Yeah.
Well,
and
knight
what's it-
e5 in general
yeah.
compensation. I mean,
Yeah,
I thought
yeah.
I can play with no risk.
Yes. Yeah.
So,
Yeah, I think
but
so,
this,
and quite
well,
unpleasant.
I guess I have to do this.
Oh, actually, yeah.
I
Well,
mean,
let's look at this
this will be
first.
critical.
Knight
But okay,
d6.
Knight d6. I don't know. I think maybe I can take.
I think you're.
But here you
can
have
tap-
this draw with bishop b8, rook e7, e4, and then knight e5 in repetition.
Rook e7.
Yeah, I just
knight
keep
g6.
repeating.
Can you just show us that quickly?
Yeah, so he goes here,
Yeah.
I go here, he goes
E4.
e4.
You have to move the
I
knight.
don't know if I have
bishop f4.
No, bishop f4 you have, I remember now, you have knight b5. Because
and
takes you
knight
take with the knight.
But rook f7. Knight g5, knight b6, rook b1. Looks scary.
Yeah, maybe this works, yeah.
Yeah.
Then maybe I
But I
can
can
this.
play e4 first, maybe.
Can't I? Oh, I can't play bishop f4, so
Knight
let's say I go
b5,
here.
Then bishop b8.
In this order, sure.
Okay, and then can you show us the end of
The draw.
that variation?
Yeah, I mean, he
So
does
you
this.
you attack the
Knight
rook. The rook
He
has
goes
only
here,
got
he
one
goes
square.
I go back and we
then
repeat,
and
yeah.
then you repeat. So, okay.
And then, I mean, I kind of went rook e1,
Actually,
and I had missed some little detail.
I was looking here, bishop a3. It looks very tricky. I'm not sure if you thought. And then
96.
b5, some tricky line. AB, a6.
a6, yeah.
Then I don't know what's happening here.
Well, I was afraid that you could do this.
Bishop d5.
Bishop d5. Knight e7 take everything, but you can take on d6 in the end.
Or you can take on e5. Bishop d5, knight e5, bishop a8.
Yeah.
So this has to be checked by
Yes.
Nigel. I mean, usually it's on chess
b5,
bomb.
a b5.
And then a6.
Can you throw in some b4 or something there?
You just play cb, and then you turn to b5.
Okay, hang on. Maybe I just do this. Bishop d5, knight d4 or something?
Bishop d5, knight d4, bishop a8.
Yeah, but it might be insufficient, no, for the exchange in the end.
Because I only have one pawn.
Yeah. Yes, bishop a3 maybe it was interesting. Can you toss an e4? Or are you going to play? I'm going to play b5.
Just knight g5, and then
And the same
b5.
thing happens again?
Yeah, b5, a6, but I think with the knight on g5 might be advantageous for you.
Okay, so
Maybe knight e5.
So can you sacrifice here
Wait.
with it? Just takes knight e5. Is that no good? This.
bishop,
now I've improved it slightly, but he still takes on d6 in the end.
and
well,
take on e4 or a6.
Okay,
Oh yeah,
then
e4.
there's e3 at the end, perhaps. Or no, it's not going to
Bishop
work
A8.
because rook a6 is going to happen.
Bishop d6 and knight
yes.
e4.
Yeah,
Maybe rook
yeah.
d6 even, so that
Yeah,
you just
rook
take.
d6, yeah.
Win
yeah.
right away.
Yeah, you
No,
win.
then I missed bishop a3. What were you planning to play?
Well, I was gonna play. I'm not sure. I was thinking bishop b6. Then you have to take cd, a b7, and then rook a7. Or,
Rook a b8.
huh?
b8.
Rook
Yeah,
takes
rook-
d6.
We win a piece. So it's a very tricky line. And then if I
Hang on, just 1 second. Here in the CB4 line, can't you just now play bishop d4?
that might be the answer. And knight d4 is
Okay, then
knight
knight
d4.
d4, and I solved everything, no?
So that's the answer then.
Yeah.
A B rook A3.
Yeah.
B5 you just take A1, yeah, or whatever.
I mean, even if I get rook and a couple of pawns for 2 pieces, I should be doing great in the. I mean, black should be doing great in these endings. So,
Yeah, because
so if you once you take on a1, I think you're really safe.
So basically,
there's the bishop d4.
bishop a3 is. I mean, it's a tricky move, but it's the
not
sort of
enough.
the sort of thing that if it doesn't work, then
Yeah,
it's,
then-
it's,
yeah.
completely
No,
wrong.
d4.
yeah.
Yeah,
Well, the
that's-
problem with the bishop a3 is after knight d6, there's almost no defense to knight e4 and knight b5 and so on. So
Yes, yeah.
I have to charge in. And
Yeah, and if it
to be
doesn't-
honest, he had seen more than me, but it felt wrong.
Yeah.
It felt wrong. I mean,
And
I
you're-
considered a6 and b5, but I didn't consider it in this version.
Yeah, but then it
Yeah.
doesn't work in B4. Bishop
And here I found it hard to come up with a clincher. I mean, bishop d5 is tempting,
knight E7,
and the bishop b3.
and then to come back,
knight G6.
knight g6, and then I wanted to go c4
This
and
is
try to play c5.
bury my bishop. So I probably have to go E4.
I mean, if c5, I think bishop a3 is kind of reasonable for me. But I think maybe I couldn't even see the point after this, because if I take, it's just equal.
Well, you take on
Oh, you want to go
C6.
knight g5 first now? Then I
knight
can't play
c5.
e3. I can't play
And
e3.
then-
Yeah.
and
No,
then-
sorry, not here. So knight e7, bishop b3, knight g6, c4,
E4.
e4.
Bishop D4, knight G5, bishop D4.
Yeah, and then c5. Now the bishop is on this side of it. So,
C5,
well, if rook
rook
b1,
B1,
and then c5, and I thought now the bishop is on the other side of
Yeah,
it.
and you don't have bishop F4. Well, bishop A3.
Rook a8.
Yeah. Rook BB1.
And what am I
bishop
threatening, really? You can even go rook of d8.
Ah,
No,
yeah.
then I take everything in knight e4, yeah.
rook
So
ED1.
you want to go here.
Oh, yeah, rook
ed1, yeah.
And e3.
E3 BC.
Well, then bishop c5. I still have a.
You
I
attack
can even
the
play
knight.
e5 and bishop c5 because I'm attacking g5. So
Yes,
in fact, I can do
not
this.
enough. In black is even better.
Yeah. So you need to be a little bit careful
Actually-
not to get too
Yeah,
smart.
I mean-
not to get.
I think there's one more line that I thought was serious. So rook D7, knight D6, and bishop D5. That's
yeah.
the other one. Then,
And you want to sack the exchange, yeah?
okay, D8.
No, here you just, you take.
Maybe it's just equal. Bishop C6, BC,
And can I ask what's wrong with e4 just directly there? Just
knight
and
G5.
now can we do this same with knight e5 and bishop b8?
Okay, but here I might be even at least be able to sack the exchange somewhere.
Rook
and
B7.
Make a,
And then bishop E4.
I mean, this is
Yeah,
good
yeah,
call.
yeah.
But no,
Okay,
hang on a
okay,
second.
okay.
So it seemed a bit defeatist. You could maybe go. Could you go rook c8? Or is bishop f4 way too strong? Takes, bishop
Take,
f4.
bishop F4.
And if you play knight d3 instead?
Then bishop
That's-
e3.
Ah, right.
You
and
kill
that's
the counterplay.
And that's
And I take on e4.
neutralizing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I probably have to go rook D8.
Okay.
Okay, let's
So-
try
so-
e4 again. I could even play bishop c6
And knight
e5.
E5, yeah. But knight G5 looks good.
No, but
Oh,
wait,
yeah.
this might be just very strong because now
Even
the knight
better.
sits on c6.
And if C5,
Knight c6
knight
even.
C6. You control everything.
Yeah. This is.
So this may have been a critical moment,
Mm-hmm.
but perhaps that if white
Well,
is to make anything,
Rook
perhaps,
d7, knight
perhaps,
d6, bishop d5.
yeah, perhaps this is the moment for
Yes, you get the
for
knight
doing
on
that.
C6.
Sorry, can I just ask a little bit late? I didn't check too much, but why didn't you? If we just make another couple of moves, bishop f4, you didn't instead of that, bishop f4?
Knight
Just,
e4?
just knight e4
Knight
immediately.
e4.
Yeah, no, the problem is bishop d5, knight c3, bishop b7, knight...
And it comes to e2.
Oh, no, not here. Sorry, he played rook f8. Actually, he had to play rook a8 so that he could play knight e2 check. Give me a
What's the difference? You attack my rook.
No, it doesn't matter. You can play knight e2 check, rook e2, rook e2, bishop a8, and rook takes b2, f2. And you...
And you don't have anything? Rook e1?
Well, can we look at this variation?
e2
So this is a very, very sharp line.
Knight
Forcing
I don't know, maybe knight f2 is thing, but okay, let's say he does this, I do
Knight
this.
e2.
This is why I wanted him to play rook e8. I thought this is significant, because then
Yeah.
knight e2 is just clinching.
Yeah. Yeah.
But here I
so-
can take.
Yeah.
Bishop
Takes.
a8. Rook f2.
And
And actually don't have a good square.
And black seems to be fine.
Mm. Yeah, there's nothing.
Yeah.
I mean,
Bishop
no.
c7, rook a2.
Yeah.
Okay. So just holding, and then you have to
Take.
take.
There was one more interesting moment.
Bishop did. F3?
Bishop a3.
Bishop a3.
It's such a cool move because can you believe that black has only one move that doesn't lose here? Because if I can get rook d1, it's huge.
Yeah. Go on.
But he just goes king f8, right? So basically waving his king at me.
Yeah.
And I didn't see the follow up here.
Right.
So
What if you play f3, rook e3?
f3
Doesn't
can
do,
go
yeah.
rook c4 even. No?
Rook c4. I actually thought you. What if we play f3 first?
Yeah, but then you can just
Go back.
Let's say to e8, and then you want to go bishop f4 or what?
Well, what if bishop a3 now? Bishop b8, bishop g3. Oh yeah, bishop f4. That's probably not much.
Yeah, no, but
f6.
I thought you'll play f6, and now the problem is you're going to break with b5 or c5. So let's say rook d1, king f7, and if I swap rooks, maybe c4 here.
Yeah, I
maybe
thought,
c4
yeah,
here.
you don't. Sorry, change rooks. Yes. Oh, but I can play bishop e3.
Yeah, but maybe this is all a bit f3.
Or before.
Sorry, where is
bishop
the?
a3.
Yeah,
We have f3.
f3. No, not bishop a3. No, there's an f3 over here. Maybe you can go rook e6.
Then bishop. What if bishop a3 now?
And then king f8
Fate
again.
anyway, no? Because that I was going to
But
play
you
after
don't have
b5.
rook a4 anymore.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter.
Oh, you just play
After
c5.
f3, I am quite safe. No, but this might be interesting if I can keep your bishop trapped.
King f8. Rook d1, king e7.
Yeah, but maybe even this immediately.
Then rook d1. g5 or g6. Bishop
Okay, maybe
d6.
some bishop g3 is actually unpleasant for you.
Yeah,
So I
bishop
think
d6.
you should have gone the other way. Bishop f4, just do this.
Rook d1, king e7 or e8.
Yeah.
But here you have bishop c7 and check.
So I have to go king e7.
So a little bit of squeezing, maybe.
Yeah, surprisingly.
Yeah, it's hard to believe with your,
Because my
you know,
bishop
all
is,
your pieces.
doesn't have any squares yet.
Your pieces on their original squares.
Wait, here if you go rook c4,
Bishop b2.
b2.
Yeah,
B2,
not
surely.
d2. b2 because you can play rook d1.
Okay,
right.
so c5.
Rook
But then
d1.
rook d1, d8, a8. Yeah.
Yeah. And
Oh,
it doesn't. You don't.
and
I don't win the
really
piece
think.
back.
Yeah.
Oh, well, actually, I can win the piece back. So
Who's that?
rook c4, bishop b2, c5, rook d1, f or h6. Check. E7, rook cb, rook a7, bc, rook d4. But then you get bishop c1. But then you have rook d6. That probably some winning chances.
And a draw, but
Yeah, you think it's a draw?
still a
I
draw.
doubt, because after rookie to check, I'll have to go back here,
Yeah,
and then
yeah,
you'll
yeah.
play h5, h4, and trap me.
It's
yeah.
going to be drawn. It's going to be drawn.
Ah,
Okay,
F3. Okay,
so
anyway.
it's a game of small, well, very small advantages and fighting for. There was no sort of major turning point or blunders or anything. It's really scrapping for some edge.
Yeah, but then I'm happy with my move, bishop a7, because, for example, here, I think it's quite unpleasant for
Knight
black.
e7.
Bishop e3,
Knight f5.
just rook.
Maybe you just play g4 after knight g5, and then you can do bishop e3 later if you want.
G4.
Yeah, that was
Even
my
better.
idea. Yeah.
And then
No, I
bishop
thought this
e3.
is good compensation, but
Rook d3, rook
yeah,
d1.
it's may not be more. Who knows? Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. We'll take a very brief break again, and we'll be back with some more action.
Are you doing your real commentary here?
Welcome back to Altibox Norway Chess. 2 games finished in draws and 3 games still going. And yeah, quite some questions that still have to be answered. I mean, how good is Vladimir Kramnik's position, Nigel? I mean, he has an unpleasant grip on Nakamura's position, but is it more than that?
It's hard to say. I would be concerned with black, with those doubled rooks and the knight, but at the moment I haven't seen any way to exploit this. So it could be just some sort of optical illusion, really, because knight c7 check can be played. If you take on a6, rook a8, and then suddenly the black rook enters the game to great effect down on a2. So
Yeah, because that would immediately double the rooks on the... yeah.
And threatening
So,
mate, actually.
Sure.
So the other possibilities are, well, you can put the knight on c7 and do something else, but it's not entirely obvious what that should be. Actually, here, perhaps consider this one. Threatening rook h8 check, which I don't know whether that's good or not.
Because then you double, you mean?
Yeah, I'm looking at bishop f6.
That looks painful. Or you go there, yeah.
Yeah, and I don't know whether knight 6 a6 is any good.
Maybe if you first question that one.
Yeah.
And could you do that?
Sorry?
Just annoy the rook and then threaten a knight takes e6, or is that too optimistic?
Annoy the rook?
Well, king d1 or...
King d1,
No,
rook
before...
takes
No, no, before.
Oh, a minute ago.
Yeah, here.
Yeah, it's possible. Yeah, that could be a good move. With knight takes e6. So that's actually interesting. That's interesting.
In any case, it's all this kind of maneuvers that
yeah.
Nakamura has to think of.
He needs, I mean, both sides need very, very accurate calculations. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I would take white, certainly.
Yeah.
But does he objectively have an advantage? I'm not certain.
Well, we have this mini match, Russia-America today, because there's two Russians playing against two Americans. Karyakin is playing against Caruana, and there I guess you also would like to have white rather than black.
Yeah, that's interesting. This is yeah, I've been a little bit disparaging of Fabiano Caruana's play here. I just think philosophically it's wrong to play for, you play a position with two results.
Yeah.
And those results are, I mean, just to head for that position from move one is a very negative approach to chess. So
well,
let's see
it
how...
will be interesting to hear their views on this. I mean, because it's part of the business, they will probably say, and then the question is to what extent that is true.
Yeah. So yeah, this is interesting. So basically, they're going to reach. If we come back, well, okay, we'll see another couple of moves here.
Descending. Right. So we'll get an ending with an extra pawn, but it's the... What is it, this kind of theoretical draw where you have to work?
It is a theoretical, it should be a theoretical draw, but it's certainly unpleasant.
Yeah.
Rook d2, I think, is the only move, and which has been played. Actually, if he checked on D1 and played, I'll just show you.
Yeah.
If he does it this way, this would be an error because I think rook b2 and then the king comes over
Yeah.
and the rook defends
Yeah.
all the pawns along this line. So
Yeah. Important instructive moment.
yeah. So black is going to tuck his rook in behind these pawns. He doesn't have to do it absolutely instantaneously. He could play, I don't know, h5 first. I'm not sure whether that's necessary. I would just go behind, just rook a2.
Well, it is a very common ending.
Ending,
Yeah.
and it should be drawn. This is where you should get your Dvoretsky's endgame manual out and have a look at the black and the blue print in.
This is the kind of because I remember from one of the World Championship matches that Fishy Anand was also saying that it's not only openings that they repeat just to remember what they have been looking at, but also that it's a good idea to repeat certain endings.
Yeah.
And I could imagine that because this occurs so frequently that at the end of a game you end up with this extra a pawn. That it's the kind of ending that they have all repeated several times or looked at.
So, okay, we're in for a lot more chess in this game, the Kayak and Caruana game. Let's go to the Weltmeister.
Yes. Who so far has not won a single game. This is his 5th attempt against Anish Giri. And
what's the...
He is a pawn down, which he has more or less, sacrificed for activity.
Mm-hmm.
And then the question is, how much activity has he got?
Yeah, let's have a look. So we had some position, I don't even remember, something like this, c6 and some shuffling around. So that was the pawn he sacrificed.
Yeah, and it's actually a sacrifice that, the computer likes it for black.
For black, yeah.
But all very marginal.
Yeah.
On the other hand, it's also you can see the time that Magnus Carlsen has left says something about his current form, I guess. Again, he has less time left than his opponent, which normally is not the case. Which gives some comfort to Anish Giri, who knows that there's not this added pressure of little time.
And f takes c4 looks quite possible here. I'm just looking at some variations like queen d7. Knight takes and okay, maybe you can get an advantage here. Even there I wouldn't get too excited. Some little difficulties. I'm thinking that.
It's hard to imagine that.
Yeah,
this,
I mean that pawn, unless that pawn is going through, which I doubt, then it's going to be a draw.
Yeah. Which, in fact, would be another disappointment for Magnus Carlsen, I guess. I mean, it's another white game. It's white against an opponent that in his last 2 white games he was doing very well. He won one game, he got a winning position in the other. And today it looks like, for the moment, he's achieving nothing.
Yeah.
So on the other hand, it would be a fine result for Anish.
Yeah,
because,
sure,
he
sure.
Yesterday he beat Anand. Okay, his first win here, and then solidly drawing against the world champion wouldn't be so bad.
Actually, Magnus is very dangerous after a defeat.
Yeah.
So there are certain world champions who've done, particularly well after a defeat. Gary's been a great one for bouncing back.
Yeah. But
Fischer is another one. Very
yeah,
keen
who didn't need a draw to
stabilize and
yeah. But then those fights where Magnus was coming back, I mean, then it was a fight all over the place and not this minimalistic stuff.
Yeah, no, this is very minimalistic.
Yeah.
I think maybe it's just not his tournament. Magnus has been fantastically successful with playing in this minimalist style and squeezing advantages out of almost nothing.
Yeah.
And sometimes it just doesn't work.
But then how can we say it's not his tournament? I mean, he was so convincing in the Blitz.
Yeah.
I mean, it was just like he was so happy to play again, and then immediately after that you stall.
Well, yeah, we've still got a number of rounds left. Even
well, we even have today's game left.
Even assuming today's game is drawn, which is definitely not obviously the case. So he does have time. If he suddenly scores, let's say today is a draw, and he could score 3.5 in his remaining 4 and come out in first place.
Yeah, let's not forget that's what he said at the start, that he needs +1 to keep his rating. And well, what do you think? What is +3 needed to win?
Yeah, +3 will definitely win this.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's go on. Let's go to some questions, shall we?
Yeah.
We got some more photos.
Oh yeah.
Up. More photos coming up. Oh, this is brilliant. That we've had so many contributions of viewers sending in selfies from showing how they're watching.
Yes, so and here we see this is Jan Albert Smit from the Netherlands, I suppose. And he's all set.
Is that a foot?
He's got his
foot up on
a nice bottle of Genever.
Oh, right, okay.
So he's ready for a long game. And
he's got his sustenance.
It's still unclear what kind of food is going to appear on the plate, but that is not our concern. Yeah, and here's Teddy James. He refers to the fantastic game that Anand won against Wesley. So, well, that's what he only could dream of today, Teddy. It's we mentioned that game at the start of the broadcast. It was a beautiful game 2 years ago in Shamkir. Was it in Shamkir? I think in Shamkir. And
I'll take your word for it.
Yeah, beautiful game, but he didn't come anywhere near to that today. It was a relatively
sedate affair, wasn't it?
A sedate affair. So yes, we remember that one, but okay, that's. These are answers to the quiz. That is something different.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, this is very
abstract.
Very abstract. Yeah.
Yeah, we have some emails which we can barely understand, but
Yeah.
we welcome them anyway.
Absolutely. I mean,
Just
it's
yeah,
it's that's too difficult. Yeah, Mantek Singh, Anand from India, which is who's probably not related to our Anand, but you never know. He wants to know who we think is the biggest threat to Magnus's title. Well, you might even say today, if
Ding Liren.
well, I was going to say give this brilliant reply. He himself, if he if he continues to play like this,
Yeah,
and Ding Liren, that's an interesting one. You think Ding or Liren is a serious potential challenger for the world title?
Chinese have got some very good players.
Yeah, and what I like about Ding Liren is that he's slightly different from the other Chinese. I mean, although we also have Wang Hao, who is very much his own person,
Absolutely,
and
absolutely.
doesn't necessarily toe the.
I don't think you can talk about a Chinese school of chess. Not really anymore, because the players are stronger. They've diversified, whereas maybe at one time there were some similarities between the players. Now it's not the case at all.
Yeah,
Very very different types of players.
Well, what I found surprising with Ding Liren, I mean, that he clearly has his own opinions, and I spoke to him before the second match of Magnus Carlsen against Anand. I was on my way through Moscow, where he was starting the what was it, the Petrosyan Memorial, and then everyone was very careful to make a prediction, because you never know. It's Fishy Anand. I mean, you're not going to say he's going to lose easily. And so everyone was very diplomatic and said, well, you never know, he's learned from his first match, blah, blah, blah. And then I asked Ding Liren, and he said, it's going to be just like the first match.
Yeah.
I mean, no niceties. And that's what he thought, and that's what he said. And
he was wrong.
It was
wrong.
well, I think he was very close to right. Okay.
It was harder. Definitely.
It was harder, but in the end, no cigar, right?
Yeah, and Kasparov predicted it was be hard. It was harder. I also predicted it would be more difficult. The second match.
Yeah.
It was. I mean, same result in the end.
Yeah.
Which didn't come as a surprise to anyone, but.
So F5, Queen B4.
Yep. There are even some. Well, the thematic move is taking on E4. There is even this possibility to play.
This is possible.
Knight D5.
Because of Queen B3, you have Queen F7.
Yeah, we have Queen F7 as a response.
Mm-hmm. And the pawn doesn't run.
It doesn't feel terribly winning.
No. Here you can only hope that black gets nervous. So.
Yeah, I mean, probably a move like even this is possible. Takes. Unless this gives some chance. Yeah, well, this might be something. Mm-hmm. Feels a bit slender, though.
Yeah.
Slender is the knight. It's Scott Fitzgerald, isn't it?
Yeah.
Close anyway.
But it's clear that he's racking his brain how to create something, but probably he should have started the preparations earlier on. I mean, if you...
Yeah, there's another possibility actually, just a very, very simple move. If you want to avoid Queen B4, he's taken here, so he's going for straight calculation. The other move was Rook D8, just simply to stop the. Although that also required some calculation.
At least what Magnus achieved is that Anish has caught up in time with him. I mean, the advantage that he had 10-15 minutes more. Those have evaporated, and
but I don't think it matters that much because I believe that the outcome is going to be decided really over the next few moves. If Anish Giri is calculating correctly, I don't think he's going to have problems.
And you mean he already has invested time?
Well, he's invested time. I think he's excellent calculator, tactician.
Yeah. Yes.
And he probably should be able to neutralize things. He hasn't lost many games against Magnus Carlsen.
And he's had worse positions than this.
Yeah.
So he pushed D6, Nigel. That's what he did.
Yep.
Yeah, and now he has to make a choice.
Yeah, that line with Queen D7 was not the one we were just looking at. Seemed a bit awkward for him. So perhaps this knight D, knight D5 is probably the best.
Yeah, because Queen B3, Queen F7, that looks pretty safe. What else can he do? So if you...
It doesn't look as if there's too much going on. I guess he takes here. Or knight F5 maybe. Sorry, knight F5.
She might want to go to D4 at some point, or just to directly attack the pawn.
Well, you're threatening queen takes knight. That's one move.
With a fork on G3.
Yeah. And after something like this, I think you can just simply take Rook D8. Doesn't look very dangerous. Doesn't look as if you're going to lose in such a position.
Mm-hmm.
With the king coming to E7.
Well, and if you pick up that pawn, then Anish might choose to play on a bit.
Yeah.
So. And the others, Nigel. So we have, well, the ending here, Kayakin against Caruana, the extra A pawn, rook ending. Well, this is what we could expect, so nothing sensational happening there now, which leaves
the sort of thing I should just
you want to go back there?
yeah, just go back. I'll just try and explain some of the ideas if I can give you a sort of general
of this ending.
Yeah, a general view of this endgame. White, as we can see, White's rook is tied down to the 4th rank to protecting this pawn. He wants to bring his king over to the queen side to support this pawn, but in doing so he's in severe danger of dropping these pawns on the king side. So a typical idea could be something like this, and the advantage of that is you put your rook on a square where it performs 2 functions. It protects both of these, and now your plan is as follows. You want to put the king over here, and I think it's not going to be enough, because the obvious way of dealing with this is to dislodge the rook from this square, and it can be done in a variety of ways. And I'll just give you an example. I mean, you can even play king h7 there, and after this you can play g5. He's played rook f4.
Yeah.
So as I say, you can even play king h7 after this g5, and if rook takes f6, you take here, and this should be a draw. He's gone back, and I think he wants to do it in a slightly different way. Actually, he wants to put the king on e6 and play g5. But his idea always is to play g5.
Yeah.
If White can just place, if he has time to put that king on b1, this starts to become really very unpleasant.
Yeah.
For black, but he is not going to manage it. Oh, we had some developments in the in the Giri Carlson Giri game. So that went. F takes, after queen b4 he took d6, knight d5, so he can calculate apparently. Takes on b7, and now I guess you're going to take on g2,
which is for free.
or maybe not.
Okay,
For
push.
some reason, it's not my. I've got an engine on here. It's not suggesting this. Very interestingly, actually, it's just suggesting a simple way of playing. That probably the easiest way to draw. And it's a matter of rather straightforward calculation. Perhaps the easiest way. Well, you've got to watch out for knight c4, knight b6. So that's the issue. You've also got to watch out for rook b8.
Yeah.
So king h7 cuts out rook b8, and the point is that after he's played f2, this is also okay, because now he can go with the knight to e7, or he can. Does he go with the knight to e7? So, for example, knight or maybe king h7 first. King h7 is a draw now. Takes knight here, and then your next move is knight d5, and take this. So unless there is some very, very cunning trick, which there isn't, that's just going to be a draw.
Yeah.
You can't even play such moves. I mean, you can take on e5 and it's a draw, but you know, such moves don't work because you can extricate yourself from a pin with rook f8. So it's actually just it is a matter of calculating a not very long variation correctly.
For which he has time enough, as he has reached.
Move.
Oh,
well, no,
wait.
He hasn't.
No.
He's on move 30. He's got 5 more moves to make.
Yeah. Okay, so this is the position. Yeah, black. And Anish has 5 minutes to solve this small puzzle. Shall we take a brief break and then let them make some moves?
Yeah, okay.
Okay, we take a brief break and we'll be back shortly for the end of these 3 games that are still in progress. Magnus Carlsen has had some pressure, maybe not against.
Not a huge amount. I mean, it never looked very significant at all. In fact,
it is out of respect that we are suggesting there was maybe some pressure. Well, King H7 has been played, so normally speaking, Anish Giri has seen all this, and but we'll look at that when we get back in a couple of minutes. So stay with us, and we'll be back soon.
There are a million reasons to walk through our door. Important or not, here are some more. Is it the smile that greets you, or the view outside? The 24-hour room service, we let you decide. Do you need to escape? Simply get away. To work when it's night and sleep when it's day. Relax, unwind with the people you love. Maybe that's your reason and none of the above. To visit something old or discover something new, our local knowledge will show you what to do. Passion is a word we choose to live by. Passion in our service, food, and even our goodbye. We have passion in everything we do, and whatever your reason, we'll take care of you. Clarion living, not just staying.
Inspired by the city of Ålesund, the Scandinavian Art Nouveau capital on the west coast of Norway, the Fondorn timepiece, an elegant, high-quality watch with clean lines and Art Nouveau-inspired dial, protected by a beautiful sapphire crystal. The slim, surgical steel case contains a premium Swiss movement. It's water-resistant up to 5 ATM. Elegant yet strong. The Fondorn timepiece comes in 4 different color options and is delivered to you in a beautiful wooden box.
And we're back with Anish Giri, who's just drawn with the black pieces against Magnus Carlsen. Magnus is in the TV2 studio. We are not sure he's going to join us. Actually, after yesterday, we have our doubts. So we'll be happy to look at the game together with Anish Giri. Anish, your last 2 games you played against Magnus Carlsen, they were difficult.
Before this one, yeah.
Yeah, the last classical games. Did they still play a role in your head? I mean, trying to get the right attitude for this game? Or?
Well, I think, of course, Magnus played me, when I was the most down, yeah, in this Bilbao game. I lost, I think, a couple games in a row before that, and unfortunately I couldn't put up a good fight then. And in Vikings he had played me nicely, but okay, I generally, if I get a fine position out of the opening, I don't think the game is any different than others. But of course Magnus is very, very tricky, especially in the openings. He's very good opening culture and always able to pose me some problems.
But not really this time? Or?
No, I think I was, for example, here, I'm already enjoying an advantage because he missed queen d5, and here I'm a pawn up actually. And I should have just gone ed4 and played this position. I'm not even sure he can take. I think he can take, and this is a very nice position for black.
Yeah.
I have he has so many weaknesses, and this was over ambitious. My point was to provoke rook c1, but
let's go back to that position. And why is that a nice position for you? When just
structurally speaking, I have this outpost on e5, and his king. The fact that he doesn't have pawn on f2 makes his king position somewhat weak.
Yeah.
And okay, I don't think I should win it.
And also, your knight, tactically, your knight can be coming into d3 quite quickly. So that's
in fact, this could be just lost for him after knight f4. I don't know. No, it was a disaster not to play ed. I mean, I planned to play ed after rook b1, which I expected, which is a bad move because I can take ed, knight d4, queen c5, and cd, knight f4.
So did I get that right? You were expecting Magnus to play a bad move?
No. I mean, I realized later. No, at first I thought it was a good move. Of course.
Yeah.
No, king h1 is very strong, but somehow, I wanted to get a better version of this somehow with this. But
do this a bit slower, Anish, because we have many viewers who are not grandmasters and they may not. But why is king h1 such a good move?
I think in all the lines, let's say after d5, I have this check.
Yeah.
And now I have very strongly group knight c8, which was my plan.
I'm blockading.
Yeah, and I have
d6.
this extra pawn becomes real. And here I've actually sort of assumed that d5 is not possible because the pawn is hanging. But d5 is very strong, and I missed that. And had I just realized that, because this is very good for me, I think. He has these nice pawns, but his king is weak. Knight d3 coming, queen g6 is coming. I have good position without any risk at all at the same time. So it's a rare occurrence when you play Magnus. So it's a pity I couldn't have posed more problems. Yeah, because here I was thinking maybe I can play this, but then maybe some. The thing is, I'm not able to get my knight to d6 anymore, and this knight on e7 is pretty bad. So I move like queen before, and finally I decided to go for f5. I thought I was maybe slightly better in the endgame, but he went queen before, and I think
this is a couple of moves further on.
Yeah, I think it's pretty equal. But okay, maybe it was not so much, but it was a pity not to use this opportunity here.
That was a real chance, which, yeah.
Well, a real chance to get slightly better. I mean, let's not kid ourselves. I mean, it's not. I'm far from winning, but I have a real chance to be slightly better.
Yeah, which is not bad when you've got the black pieces against.
I felt he
an angry world champion. You know.
Yeah, I felt he was too timid here with this bishop e3 and takes with the f pawn. I felt it was rather timid. I mean, I always get ideas of queen e6 f5 if need be and I also have this d5 idea. So I thought I was more concerned about various other things here.
But you've got a knight on a nice outpost there, haven't you? On f4.
But without the f file open, had my pawn been on e6, like in many similar positions, where they take on e6, like I could have done in the game, then I'm threatening knight takes h3, and I can triple on the f file. Whereas with the pawn on f7, I'm not threatening much. I cannot move the queen because he will take, and I have to take with a pawn, ruining my structure.
Yeah.
So my knight is, you could say, stuck on a great square, but it's stuck still.
Yes.
So I was not concerned here, but I was very happy that at least to take with the knight I thought was a better thing, because I was very happy with this position. I have queen e6. Well, maybe he should still try to go d4, stopping queen e6. But then I go here and then queen e6. I think I'm very comfortable.
And yeah, I mean, structurally, it's very, very committal to play a move like d4 there, isn't it? Because his e-pawn can become weak.
Yeah, I think he's already... but on the other hand, if he doesn't, I'll play queen e6, f5. I think it's just very, very comfortable. Yeah, I think it's a very strange decision by Magnus to go bishop e3.
So what was he doing in the opening? What was his idea in the opening in general? Do you have any thoughts on that? I mean, sort of,
yeah, well,
you know, I mean, not the specific...
Well, I can tell you the idea.
move.
The idea was that he was trying to postpone taking, yeah, because that's what people generally do. They take on e6 at the first opportunity, let's say here.
Right.
And then we play this position where, as I mentioned, I put a knight on f4 and triple on the f file as one idea. Whereas what he tried to do is develop without taking on e6, which is a very, very decent thing to do. And okay, here, I mean, yeah, I have, for example, some interesting options. Actually, I analyzed it, but I can't remember exactly the details. But well, it was an interesting idea not to take on e6, and maybe there will be more games in the future.
Yeah. So, yeah, a good game today. You started in a very disappointing fashion with a loss. Is that something that is now behind you? That you think, okay, I've played a couple of good games. That was something which happened a week ago, or?
Well, it's behind me, but it's still in the tournament standing. Yeah, it's written there in a very thick lining, the SPET 0.
Yeah, you cannot remove that.
You can put it behind as much as you want, but the fact of the matter is that I'm on 50%, so
yeah,
still way to go.
Okay.
Great.
Very good, and you seem to be ready to go?
Well, I'm still looking for Jan Ludwig, yes. As I said at the opening of the tournament. Not going to be easy. No, and by the way, this thing about Jan Ludwig, my last 2 games I was suffering very badly against him for 7 hours and making a draw, so that was of course just a joke.
Yeah.
In no way insulting Jan Ludwig.
No, which is easily misinterpreted these days.
Yeah, by haters.
By haters.
Haters gonna hate, so it's fine.
Good, Anish. Well, thanks for this explanation, and well, we wish you lots of luck in the rest of the tournament.
Yeah. Thank you.
Unless you want to say something, but
Well, I'd like to thank. No, thanks. Thanks.
You're going to give your Oscars speech now.
Yeah. It's not for my family and all those. So no, it's okay. We are too early.
You have it on a note, or?
Yeah.
No, too early for that.
Yeah.
Okay. Good. Well, thanks a lot.
Thank you.
And make sure you're ready for dinner in time.
Yeah, you can take it. Yeah.
Welcome again. So we just heard Anish Giri explain his game against Magnus Carlsen, the relatively easy way he made a draw against the world champion, who in the meantime has left the building, as legends do. Probably not too eager to say much about this game, which must have been another disappointment for him.
It was a damp squib.
A damn squib.
Yes.
From his perspective, it certainly was.
Yes, it was.
Yes.
I mean, just he had a white. He didn't really get anywhere with it. And as Anish pointed out, we failed to spot. There was a moment where even Magnus had to be careful, and perhaps Anish missed a chance to press.
Yep.
So
and then you never know what happens in such unstable situations.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, in the meantime, we're happy that we've got further signs that you are watching. We have Francesco Albano from Milan.
Okay.
He has double screens.
Okay, I was watching on his, what do they call these things?
The sofa.
The iPad.
Oh, the iPad.
Yeah, great.
Great. And then there's an old friend who remains loyal to the broadcast. There she is.
Yeah. Ida Cifuentes.
She decided to stay in bed all day and, but still use it in a good manner.
Absolutely, absolutely. So
that looks like proper
that's the way
relaxation, Aida.
That is the way to study chess. Yeah. From bed.
From bed.
So
good. Then we have these two games that are still in progress. Nigel, the Russia-America match.
Yeah, which is going well for
Russia.
Russia.
So this is nothing much happened here.
No, they just sort of went round, didn't they?
So it was here. Whoop, 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 whoop.
Okay.
Is this all very clever or just making moves?
They're just going round in circles.
Yeah.
There's nothing clever.
Okay. So then we'll have a look at Vladimir Kramnik's attempt against
This is actually much more interesting.
So this is where we ended. Where did we leave off?
We left it somewhere round about here, and there have been quite a few developments, a lot of developments actually. So rook over, bishop f6, as we saw you were considering some stuff with king d1, which was actually quite interesting. And now pushing.
Taking.
And it's typical stuff of Hikaru Nakamura playing in a tactical manner. b7 takes here, and you may think that White is doing very well
with the extra pawn.
But the problem is he has the smallest advantage, because in particular this this pawn on g3 is extremely weak, and it should be pointed out that the bishop again is much stronger than the knight.
Yes.
The bishop can come here to d6, and in fact it does in a minute, where it exerts pressure on this pawn, and
is this,
it
almost looks like a moment for repetitions, but
well, repetition. I don't know how you're making a repetition. That's
I thought knight d3 and then go back.
Knight d3, rook f3.
and that's the end of the repetition.
That's, yeah.
Yeah.
And actually black is better there.
Yeah.
Because, as I say, the bishops are long-range pieces, and you're better off with
Yeah.
a long-range piece. Also,
You mean that's
White's,
what's going to happen at some point if black wins back that pawn? Then you have to look again at the position.
Yeah.
What the activity of
Yeah.
the black bishop represents.
I think a standard move, he's gone rook h4. A standard move here would just be to play king at e7, because white is not really threatening to advance. You want to bring the king to this square where it's protecting the pawns, and it is protects the pawns, and it's closer to these queening squares. Right now, b4 looks very weakening. I mean, you can actually get into trouble with this rook
Yeah.
cutting you off like this. So white is an extra pawn temporarily, maybe permanently, but he's having difficulties converting any advantage here.
So, how would you qualify this excellent defense by Nakamura? Because
Well, I think he's. I think he was in some difficulty early on. I haven't checked it. My impression was he was definitely under pressure, but he seems to have done quite a good job of. I mean, maybe Kramnik's missed something, but this position is also relatively easy to play for Nakamura. If you don't have any, you don't have a big choice of pawns to move. It becomes a lot easier.
yeah, the worst is definitely behind him.
Yeah,
Well, that would be good for Nakamura because, after all, he is the tournament leader.
yeah,
And doesn't look like anyone's. Well, the person who could threaten him is Vladimir Kramnik, who's half a point behind. If he doesn't do that, no one else is going to do it today. And maybe. Anything interesting going on, or?
no, no. Okay, so we've got this little pause right now. I don't see. Yeah, we could easily end up with 5 draws today. Very easily.
Which would be quite a change after yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's hard to imagine that Caruana will misplay this. I mean, a player of his
I
level.
know. It's not difficult. It's not difficult. I mean, his main problem is that, as I say, that this pawn is this rook is insecure on this outpost. If the black pawn were here, it would be a different story, because then the king would rush over, and suddenly this would become extremely menacing. But that isn't the position. It's not going to happen.
No.
So there are not too many things to be careful of, to look out for the defending side.
Even
I mean-
they're even watching in Woodstock. Have you been to Woodstock?
Is that Woodstock, England?
Let me check. You probably can say. Where is it?
They're watching in. Where is this?
Right. Ah, it's here. Yeah.
Okay. So no real threats. I have been to Woodstock in England. Yeah, have you? You know what's the number one tourist attraction in Woodstock?
Did you go there?
Now, honestly, it's one of the greatest stately homes in Britain. Blenheim Palace is in Woodstock,
Okay.
the home of the Duke of Marlborough. That's where Winston Churchill was born. So it's a very, very popular place to visit.
Well, this is Woodstock. What we are showing now, it's in the mountains.
It's in the mountains.
So that will not be,
I don't think that's
your Woodstock.
Don't think that's our Woodstock.
And the other one is from Germany, where somebody put his feet on the on a chair.
John Churchill,
Yeah.
the first Duke of Marlborough. And as you know, he was fighting with the Dutchies.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I mean we were on the same side.
Oh,
Yeah, that's what I mean.
those were the days.
Those were the good old days.
But
Yeah,
now-
yeah.
So, well, this is not fair. Somebody asking us questions and we have to supply the answers.
Go on.
The Dutch Chess Federation awarded the new correspondence world champion an award as Dutch Player of the Year. Well, that was 2 years,
Two years ago. Yeah.
Anish Giri gave him the trophy, but what did the world champion say to Anish? I have no idea. Well, which actually he could have said, because it's more his computer. He's very good using his computer.
Yeah. Jonathan O'Connor
From
of,
Mullingar in Ireland.
and I stayed with him this year.
Aha!
It's out in the sticks.
And then
He has a nice house out in the sticks. Former president of the Irish Chess Union. You knew that, didn't you?
yeah, but I completely forgot about it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, these are all. Oh, wait. Wow, this is serious. Yeah.
Oh wow, we've got some more stuff.
He's playing Gwent. Well, that must be a game. I don't know how to get this to you. Oh, okay. Yeah. No, okay. I'll do that later.
We'll do that later. Actually, I have to say, I think Kramnik's idea is quite a clever one.
What is
Putting the
it?
rook on g4. Because the rook there, it has the possibility to come down to the 7th rank. He's defending for the moment, but possibly attacking as well. All right, we got
Yeah, we got a good one for you.
Oh, excellent,
Wait, let me see how I get it.
excellent.
Where is it?
So we've got this. We've had another move from Fabiano Caruana, and he's showing his. I'll just put this up in a second. It's actually not too much has gone on here, but Fabiano has shown the correct technique. Actually, if we look from this point, we'll see that white has made no progress whatsoever. So king has gone to h3. So let's say from this position, here, it's all backwards and forwards, and nothing has really happened at all. And that's the only thing you have to watch, that you shouldn't let the king come out this way and start running.
Yeah.
So obviously Fabiano Caruana prevents that. And king h3, I think, does absolutely zilch. He's probably... I think it's the old, wasn't it, who was it who advised that you should go backwards and forwards before you make your try? It just, you sort of wear your opponent down. That was very much Nimzovich. That you will...
But I mean, is it a problem that they are not allowed to agree to a draw? I mean, black cannot do it because he's a pawn down. White maybe doesn't want to do it.
Yeah, well, I think here I still wouldn't agree a draw with white.
But then you would have to have a plan to...
I think he will try and execute a plan.
Sooner or later.
Putting his king on b1, but you also have to be careful not to lose. If you look on the screen here, that Fabi, he's in some thought. So I don't think he's really worried, but he's using energy.
Yeah, and he has to keep his concentration.
He has to maintain that concentration. So doing these nothing moves sometimes, it can wear the opponent. When you make your try in half an hour or an hour's time, the guy may be in not quite as good a physical condition to deal with it.
Chess?
Yeah, because chess is a sport, and
so you may wear your opponent out.
Yeah, chess is not art.
No.
This stuff going backwards and forwards has got nothing to do with artistry.
Yeah.
No elegance there whatsoever.
But it has to do with sport.
Yeah.
In a way.
Yeah.
Okay.
You break the defences. You like football.
Yes.
That's tedious game with overpaid prima donnas.
Well, they're being overpaid mainly in England. I mean, so.
That much is true.
Yeah. With EU money?
We're not in the EU.
Oh, no.
Yeah, we are still. We
Yeah.
haven't been kicked out just yet, or kicked ourselves out.
Okay, I'll cheer you up with a photo which give further evidence why you wanted to go to the Cayman Islands. It's from Sean Tracy.
Sean Tracy,
who
great.
is suffering a lot
In the Cayman Islands.
Sunshine, wine,
yeah, that's
chess.
and that's his garden. Yeah.
It's not his garage, no.
No. And there's a swimming pool just a little bit further on.
So
from that, so
there's more pleasure
there's
close
more,
by.
there's more pleasure, but he's got the board, the screen, the wine, so all set up. Yeah,
everything.
Yeah.
So
thanks for that, Sean. Great to see you.
Very good. Well, Sanat Singhal wants to know if we have any good chess psychological tips or tricks. Well, like wearing out your opponent, or we got some more feet.
From Charlbury in Oxfordshire.
Okay.
Oh, we've got to get that one up.
Whose feet are there?
Yeah. That's TM. So Chess Note says, Norway Chess, round 5 live. Nigel Short and Dirk Jan ten Huizendam doing their brave best in pile of steaming draws. Yes.
What can we do? It's tough. It's tough.
It's a hard sell today, isn't it? Yesterday we didn't have to sell anything.
No, that was easy.
We had excitement all over the place, and we could have picked any single one of those games and
spent hours on it.
We could.
Yeah,
we had 5. It's like the buses, isn't it? That you spend ages waiting for
and suddenly 3 buses.
Yeah, that's right. Well, we had 5 buses yesterday.
But it's true. It's difficult to watch kayak in Caruana and be very excited. So do you think, this is a question from Amit from Delhi in India, Amit Batrai.
Yeah.
Do you think women titles should be abolished?
Oh, that's a very good question, Amit.
So there's different titles for women.
Yeah. And why? Why is that, Jan? Why do they have different titles for women?
Well, because there were different competitions.
Sorry?
There were different competitions, special competitions for women.
Yeah, but there are special competitions for Dutch players, like the Dutch Championship.
Well, in the old days, there even were some specific titles for you had the American master title.
Which is
things like
not
that.
much of a master title, to be honest.
You try to make some more friends.
Yeah,
I don't know if that's a good idea. Probably.
Give us your views.
Well, probably supporters of the titles will say that it encourages girls or women to fight for such a title, which cannot be a bad idea. And then why not go for the next step? And these days they're, I think, called open titles or open tournaments. So, I mean, there's no specific male title anymore.
I think they should abolish them.
Why?
Because I think it encourages women to aim too low.
Which is always a bad plan.
It's a bad plan.
Yeah.
So I think that's, and I think abolishing them would go part of the way to redressing the, there's a very large disparity in general between men and women. So I believe that may help to narrow the gap by encouraging women to aim higher.
Yeah. Well, and there's a question connected to this, which is from Joshua Neutzer from Germany. And he says, should strong women have a chance in such tournaments? And he's, more specifically speaking about Hu Yifan, who has done really well of late.
Yeah.
Well, of course. Yeah. She's always a welcome guest. Well, not a guest, a participant.
Yep.
And a very special talent. So, of course. I mean, there's no reason not to have them, I guess.
But this tournament is a very specific tournament in that we have 10 of the world's top 12 players.
Yeah.
And Hu Yifan is, if I'm not mistaken, she's not in the top 100 at the moment.
No, she will be close.
Yeah, she'll be not far away.
Yeah.
Certainly
but it's
been
true.
in the
it
top
depends on the format as well.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, that's all. A pawn move has been made, which
Yeah.
is
So that's
always
that's
excitement.
that's a farmer's move. That's
Yeah. We keep looking for great pawn moves in this tournament. Probably this one is not going to win the prize.
yeah. I'm expecting him to give a check.
A
Fabi.
A3.
Yeah, rook a3 check. It's probably not even necessary, but it's good to lure him forward. I'm expecting the f3 then, and then you take the pawn. So it's you just lure the pawn forward.
Why is that good?
I think it's you're more. He's done it.
Yep.
Now you're challenging me to put this in words. Why?
Do you get more chances to, let's say, to go back with the rook and
Well, sometimes you can cut off the other way. Yeah.
Yeah. So essentially, the white position
You're
becomes
actually
a tiny bit looser.
Yeah, you're just slightly destabilizing the pawn structure. And after h takes g4, which I've no doubt is coming, although it's not forced, h takes g4, then it's three isolated pawns. So you should have some chances for creating a disturbance around the back.
And you mean there's no real reason not to play that?
Yeah.
Then we still have Kramnik's game against Nakamura. Yeah, so rook g4, that was what you thought was a clever plan.
So the king. So we've got some little development here with the. It's just very difficult for. It's so difficult for Kramnik to make progress because he's tied down. There's no coordination really between his left flank and his right flank. So he needs his pieces on the right flank to protect his g-pawn.
Yeah.
And he would dearly, dearly love to get those pawns rolling. If Bertrand, the b-pawn, advanced to b4, with c4 and c5 coming, then it would start to be extremely unpleasant. But in fact, he cannot do this very, very easily.
Okay, so rook g8. Is that a good moment?
There's an interesting possibility. He has various options. There's a riskier option here, which is e5 now. Knight doesn't have too many squares. Let's say it goes to h5, then knight e4, and starts to push forward. And this is a question of whether that pawn is going to be a real nuisance. Knight g7 is good because it's coming into f5, which is the optimum square.
Well, you also threaten to win the pawn, perhaps, or you go there.
And after this, knight e8 check can be played, and such a thing could be risky for
You think
And
black,
like more-
black wants to keep the bishop, if
yeah,
possible?
yeah. I mean, just because he may be able to stop that pawn. King c2, for example. King c2. That could be taking a lot of risks. It's probably still a draw, but it's not certain that I'd want to do that. And there's another possibility as well after rook g8. Rook g8. You can play rook f2. Just attack the knight. Just threaten bishop takes knight. You can get into a race there, but I don't think that should be bad for black. I mean, I'm just thinking about some stupid move like this. But even that can be met by bishop e5.
Because you have the pin, yeah.
And
That was it.
yeah, and then black is better.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, nothing much happening there. Maybe you should take a brief break and
Yep.
encourage people to send us some
Yeah.
questions. Because
And photos.
and
We've been enjoying them. We've had dozens of them now. So
Yeah, it's-
and from all sorts of countries.
Before you know it, we turn it into a book. It's going to be a beautiful photo album. Yeah, at the moment, these two games are going slowly. I mean, there's, well, still something happening, but we don't know how
I think
much.
there is more chance for Kramnik to win
Yeah.
than there is for
Kayaking.
Sergei Karyakin. I would just be very surprised if he can make
Yeah.
much of this.
But we give them some time to think and
Yep,
to produce
and to
some moves.
blunder.
And to blunder. And
That's
to,
what we want. We want blunders.
Really? Oh yeah, it's sport. Yeah,
Yes,
it's
sport.
Yeah, and then yeah, we'll come back to you a bit later and tell you if something happened or not.
Yeah.
There are a million reasons to walk through our door. Important or not, here are some more. Is it the smile that greets you, or the view outside? The 24-hour room service, we let you decide. Do you need to escape? Simply get away. To work when it's night, and sleep when it's day. Relax, unwind with the people you love. Maybe that's your reason, and none of the above. To visit something old, or discover something new? Our local knowledge will show you what to do. Passion is a word we choose to live by. Passion in our service, food, and even our goodbye. We have passion in everything we do, and whatever your reason, we'll take care of you. Clarion Living, not just staying.
Inspired by the city of Ålesund, the Scandinavian Art Nouveau capital on the west coast of Norway, the Fondorn timepiece, an elegant, high-quality watch with clean lines and Art Nouveau-inspired dial, protected by a beautiful sapphire crystal. The slim, surgical steel case contains a premium Swiss movement. It's water-resistant up to 5 ATM. Elegant yet strong. The Fondorn timepiece comes in 4 different color options and is delivered to you in a beautiful wooden box.
And thank you for joining us again as this fifth round, well, hopefully ends its approaches its end. The two games still going. There's Sergei Karyakin, who keeps trying. Well, he keeps looking for tricks against Fabiano Caruana. You just just pointed out a nice one, Nigel. So
can you show us?
So F4 has been played, and
just a little.
So the idea is you check on
G2 to drive away the king from the H pawn.
Goes there. You take, and then suddenly there is a mate looming. So you have to play G6, or?
Well, you have to play King H4, in fact.
That is,
yeah.
That is asking for trouble. Well,
still possible to play King H4.
But you'll be mated.
How?
You go here. Yeah, of course. Okay. So you're not mated. Yep.
Yeah. Even this one, I think, is not enough. But this starts to get a bit risky.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean that's.
So this is the position in the game.
Yep. Okay. So we'll await developments. I see you've got an email.
Yeah, this is well, actually a comment that we've seen repeated after Nigel wrote an article in New in Chess on women's chess, and there was a newspaper article which, as heading, had Nigel Short. Girls just don't have the brains to play chess, which is something which never appeared in the article, but which was created by a newspaper
editor
looking for some excitement.
So you can just look at the article.
Which is always a good idea.
To start from the source.
Yes.
Rather than just simply repeating what headlines people have produced.
Yeah. No, so in fact it's good that one of our viewers brings this up, because we can repeat once again that this has never been said, never been written, and it was mere sensationalism on the newspaper's part, and no wish to read what the article was about. So that was that.
So and that person, who is that? Who sent that in?
It's Jan Buys from the Netherlands.
Jan Buys fully agrees with the editor's.
That's his problem.
The editor's comment.
Yeah.
It's not mine.
Yeah, that's. So here we have a 14-year-old Sanat Singhal from San Jose in the USA.
Do you know the way to San Jose?
I guess he knew the way to San Jose. So he has and he has a big tournament coming up.
I've got lots of friends in San Jose.
Okay, so
where's my guitar?
He's wondering how to prepare for a big tournament. Well, watch the broadcast, see all these great players, get inspired.
Yeah.
Don't study too many openings.
Yeah.
Do some things that are more fun.
Look at whole games. Whole games.
Yeah.
There's more to chess than just the opening.
Absolutely. But as you were so kind as to send us a photo, we will show it. So this is Sanat Singhal in San Jose, enjoying the day. Then there's a question that hopefully the viewer will understand that we cannot answer it, even if we knew the answer. Is wondering how much the sponsors pay for their their ads here. We don't know, and even if we did know, then probably
We wouldn't tell you.
you probably understand that this is not the kind of thing that is made public.
Yeah.
So wait.
So he's given a check. There's zilch happening in kayak in Caruana. The basic problem, and I should explain this, is look, what White is, he's about to succeed in one of his objectives, which is activating the king. But he's gone king e6. But the problem is he's dropping this pawn.
Now how are you going to take it?
You can take it immediately.
Then he goes f5 to cut you off, and you go
Yeah,
back.
You go somewhere. You go back. Go down somewhere.
And if you walk over with your king, then black will pick up the f5 pawn and have a pawn running as well, or is that the idea?
I think he's going to play here, I guess. I guess he would do that a5. It's still possible to create some threats. But if the king comes over, the main problem with the king coming over is that this can be liquidated. Although here there are still some. So maybe you have to wait. Let me just wait a move. Oh, sorry, go back. King over. And then you just push. Probably shouldn't even take that, probably should push.
And that is less threatening than it looks.
Well, not here. Just wondering if we can draw immediately with this. Okay, 5 is a slight nuisance. So I'm just wondering if the simplest way to play is going to be enough. No, it's not.
It's not.
So so you have to play with more precision than I've just shown there. I played with great ineptness, and it's possible to. Maybe we should just put the rook behind the pawn immediately and keep the pawn further back.
And just stay there for the moment.
Yeah. There's also if we just look at king h5, how is king h5? King a5, h5, a5. See, that's his idea. He wants to go for the g-pawn. If he gets this and gets this attack on the g-pawn, still no plans, except he comes over. And this is the same sort of thing that we had before. I'm just wondering whether...
Why should you first push the pawn a bit further and then at some point...
king here, rook here. And you can always give a check here.
How far does the black pawn has to be?
He goes to f7. So this is not such a great idea. This wouldn't be too smart to drive the king all the way. He's done it that way. I've got no idea about rook and pawn ending games. Could somebody... It's horrible, actually, really. Horrible.
Well, he must have been training on these. Okay, yeah. There's another photo, this time from El Salvador, who on this gloomy Sunday, Rafael Monge,
Yep, greetings,
is
Raphael.
watching Norway chess. Yeah, these games are a bit gloomy.
Yep.
There it is. And so they just continue to think.
And so we've had some sort of a repetition there.
That, yes.
And
So white has to decide now if he has a better square for the rook than g4.
yeah, or whether he can do anything.
Well, he shouldn't forget about his time. He's got, well, still almost 14 minutes for 11 moves. That's not a problem unless you don't make any progress at all.
Yeah. Good. So we have people watching from all over the world.
Should collect countries.
Yeah, we should.
Yeah, Nairobi, El Salvador,
Yeah.
Mexico, Iran.
Yep.
And there is a draw
Yes.
in Kramnik. Kramnik
Tablas.
has decided that there's nothing better than repeating moves.
Yeah.
Yep. So Hikaru Nakamura stays in the lead,
Yep. Okay.
in the Seoul lead. And
As opposed to the haddock lead.
Vladimir Kramnik.
Would you like Dover sole?
No. Of course I do. Yep.
With a bit of lemon.
Yeah.
That's very
So, yeah, it looked like.
We've got Ireland. We've had Ireland as well.
Oh, Ireland. We've had Ireland.
Yeah.
That Vladimir Kramnik had some chances, or at least pressure.
Yeah, he
But,
did. He did. I thought he was doing. I liked his opening actually. I thought he was doing quite well, but he never looked decisive.
No.
It never looked really serious, but it was. It was close.
Yes, and yeah, probably some praise for Hikaru Nakamura
Yeah,
that he
yep.
just remained calm
Yeah,
and
didn't get too flustered.
no, took active countermeasures and made a draw. Yeah, so far we've seen strong play from Hikaru, haven't we?
Yeah, except I thought his worst game was against Levon.
That's
Which,
true.
where
there
he
was.
he just played poorly, and at some moment he had to defend with great accuracy.
Yeah, that's true. Well, for the moment, still the leader in the tournament, and let's wait what they have to. No doubt they have some interesting things to say about these early middle game positions and what was going on and what other options they were looking at.
India, we've had loads of people from India, haven't
Yes, many people from India.
we? Yeah.
So we don't have to be afraid that they go to the TV2 studio first, because
It's finished.
after
It's always good when Magnus finishes early, isn't it?
then soon the TV2 studio closes down. I think what we're waiting for now is Vladimir Kramnik, who's gone out to have some fresh air.
No, he's
with a
talking.
cigarette.
He's talking.
He's still at the
No,
board?
he was-
Okay,
yeah, I think they were discussing.
then I can bet you that he's
something.
going out now.
He's going for his ciggy,
Yep,
his fags.
Siggy Stardust, and then he'll come here. He probably wants to show that he had something more than a little.
Yeah.
They,
And the arachnids from Mars.
that's it.
Oh, great. Let's see.
So there is Hikaru Nakamura, who is going to
Oh, don't
check if there's what the engines.
don't check your blunders. Don't check your blunders, Hikaru. We come over here. Yeah. Give us your blunderful opinions. So blunderful.
No, he's being creative.
No, I was just curious if I played very well or not.
Yeah.
Oh, it's off now.
Ah, right. Okay, we got Vlad.
Oh,
We got
very
Vlad.
good.
Yeah.
Sorry, what is this?
The good. We had a.
Manuscript?
Yeah, we had a. We had an email from Göttingen, so it got us onto the Göttingen manuscript.
Oh, okay. But it's from what year?
Oh, it's 1500 or something. I
Okay.
don't know what it is. 12 openings.
Okay.
You mean you don't have a copy?
No, I don't have a copy of that.
Yeah, you'd need. Yeah, you need some money for that.
Tell me, first, the most interesting thing, Nigel. What was computer?
I
showing?
actually not. I haven't been following it too much
okay.
on the computer, but when I glanced, nothing
Nothing
huge,
decisive, yeah.
huge. Yeah, yeah. I
Yeah,
mean, you were
because it
definitely
looked like-
better,
yeah,
of
I
course. You know,
understand, but
yeah,
it
yeah,
looked
Well,
like very close, but I
don't
couldn't
know.
see it
I
as
would have
well,
to put
yeah.
a better, but nothing very obvious from the initial look.
Okay,
so,
then at least not so disappointed. Yeah.
yeah. So
I don't know. I played a strange move order. to get e5 and takes is bishop d2. It's practically forced. And okay, maybe white is a bit better. Yeah, I don't know.
So why don't all white players play like this?
Because black has other options. I don't know.
Because I was thinking this looks quite sexy actually.
Yeah, it looks nice. Maybe not a big deal, but still nice. Yeah, just I don't know if bishop g5. I think queen f5 was a better move. Yeah, I thought queen g4 this endgame is dubious, but maybe queen f5. I was not sure what to play here, whether f4 or queen f4, maybe f4. Then just to have bishop d3 somehow.
And queen g4.
Just and then I was not sure if I can play h3 or if I can, trap your queen. I was not sure about it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I also I can play queen f4. Yeah. But
actually, I would have liked this. Yeah.
Queen a5 maybe I thought.
Yeah.
And now it's like bishop c4. Maybe I was thinking.
h6.
No, h6 takes and knight e4 is very strong. Yeah.
I
also
thought
that h6 was good, but so you have to castle and then. Yes, I don't know if I have some jumps to d5 or simply to play it slowly. I mean, but maybe it's not a big deal. Oh, I don't know, maybe h4.
Yeah,
h4. It's sharp position, but difficult to say. But white might be
easier to play for white.
It's more pleasant for white. That's what I thought. Yeah. But queen g4, I thought that this endgame actually is quite dangerous. Yeah, because c3, otherwise bishop d4. Of course, g3 would be even stronger, but bishop d4. And now, I didn't see anything better than what you played. Actually, that looks pretty forced.
Yeah, I think
to me, this rook d2, h5. It's maybe only way.
Very nice move.
I don't know. Okay, h4.
Yeah, but
was interesting.
h4, but now I can kind of play the same way.
Now you can maybe play different. Yes, that's true. Knight bc. Yeah, and rook d1, g5.
g5 exactly. Yeah,
that's what I. No, I thought that this was very critical. I mean, go. Yeah, okay. Knight b6, rook c7.
Sorry.
Yes, here rook d1. I
sorry, the game.
Once, f4. Here I was not sure, but just to play maybe a4 or something. Just to have a useful move.
Takes.
The queen, because then this pawn is useful sometimes to promote. In a run. I thought knight a5. I have just king c2 even.
But rook h2.
And if I just play a4?
Yeah, but now I think it's getting...
I thought bishop 6 check somewhere, no?
Bishop c6 just take.
Okay. And I'm not mating you or anything? Knight a8, rook c8.
Rook c8. Well, because I can block.
Maybe. But f4 is logical. It's logical move. And actually I saw that rook h5 was losing, but maybe it's not, because... I don't know what else to play, but I saw that this knight a8, rook d7 is practically winning, but rook h2 seems to be only move, now maybe bishop f3, that was my... Of course on e4 it looks better, than on f3, but but here, after rook f2 the c6 is not, because rook f2 now just to show, that takes, check, and rook h1, bishop f6, rook h7, and bishop g7, knight e6, the pawn is not hanging, but so I don't know, bishop f3, maybe like knight d8 or something, that looks pretty...
No, it looked dangerous, but I didn't see the win, so...
I was also actually thinking about some strange move, bishop a3 here.
Yeah,
but because but I think I'm winning with knight c7 check, rook c7, rook c7, rook b2, bishop c6, bc, rook dd7.
Actually, I saw this one bishop before.
And then I protect everything king d1.
Exactly.
But maybe nothing else than this, but this seems to win,
this I saw because I saw it from in the game briefly. But everything's protected.
So bishop e4, rook e2. Maybe I could have gone bishop f3. To put your rook on e3 at least. Okay, my pawn is hanging, but at least you don't have. But the pawn, it's important.
It's too weak here already.
No, I thought,
probably this is the only question, because in the game.
I don't know. I also thought here it was. I can play slowly, like takes. First of all, there is some rook a7, interesting move. I was not really sure about it, well, I thought rook
sorry, rook b8, of course, rook
b8, maybe b4, a strange way of playing, Just to try to enter with both rooks, but I don't know what is this.
Okay,
You know,
so
maybe I
before.
can-
Okay, maybe just simple chess, bishop f6.
Rook d3.
Yeah, but it's hard to say. I mean, it doesn't look clear at all. Yeah, no, this is
Well, in
maybe.
fact, you can check and play knight
No, I
takes
mean-
a6 first.
Yeah, no,
first.
but I mean,
Yeah.
this,
You mean here?
somehow it looks. A
Yeah,
bit,
after bishop f6, b4.
Yeah, but before the other, maybe
Check,
king
check.
no, king
Yeah.
f8.
Yeah, I mean, okay, but even this, is this even so clear?
Yeah,
I mean,
it's not so easy.
No.
Yeah,
All the pawns
yeah,
are
not
so loose.
easy. No, I mean,
D3.
I played knight c7 check is okay. Maybe king f8. I was thinking about playing maybe like a4 or something, just to.
But what does a4 do? Rook e3?
I wanted already now to take at some point on a6.
Ah,
I
you
mean, I
wanted to
don't
play
know
this
if-
one. Rook a8.
No, not immediately, but I
okay.
mean, like maybe rook e3. Yes, no, rook e3, yes, probably. No, I mean, okay, rook
And
h1.
why not a5 after a4 as well?
Yeah, a5.
Yeah, actually, yeah, the
that's
knight's
yes,
very
yes.
stupid.
No, I
Yeah,
mean, this
this is
rook,
true, yeah.
rook h1, this looks pretty forcing, yeah? Bishop f6.
Yeah.
Takes
And how is
rook
king
a8.
d1 there? Is that not
Yes,
Yeah,
king
which
d1 was
position?
possible,
Yeah,
yeah, but it
just
looked
now,
strange.
now. It
Yeah,
looks
it
like
looks
D1
strange
here?
because
King D1.
Ah, D1,
because
sorry,
rook
yeah,
b2, rook h7. First of all, I'm not
Ah,
sure
yeah,
it's
this
winning,
one,
but
yeah.
even rook e4, I'm not
Yeah.
sure. My king is so bad on d1. Yeah,
Yeah,
I
this
mean,
is true,
somehow I didn't like it. I mean, with
Yeah.
this king. No, I mean,
mean, even
no, I
this
think,
is-
yeah, this rook
Okay,
h7,
cool.
I thought it was a draw also, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, there is some king g8 even is not so clear.
Yeah, also, yeah, because
No,
yeah,
I mean,
yeah, the
this
rooks,
is too
yeah,
much.
rooks are
But
too much.
knight a6, I mean, this position,
Yeah,
knight
it's all
b4,
fours,
c5,
c5.
I don't, knight c2, of course,
Yeah, but
it's
rook
somehow
takes a2.
safer, yeah, my knight on c2. But, and then maybe to try just to get the pawn, like rook c7 or something. Bishop c3 is probably threatening.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, knight d3 is okay.
No, I thought this was all fours.
Yeah, rook a2, king
King
b1,
b1,
rook a8, it's forced. Now, yeah, I was calculating this rook h7, but probably it's a draw. Yeah, bishop g7, knight e5, king g8 seems to be forced, takes, king, yeah, of course, king g8. Unfortunately, rook
sorry,
f6, no, rook f6, rook b8, unfortunately, rook g6.
Right, yeah, and the rook gets stuck.
But
yeah.
so I have to play rook b7, I thought here.
Rook
Or rook c7, I don't know. Rook b7, I suggest.
rook b7, yeah.
Well,
so-
And
now
now
G5?
should be a draw, yeah.
G5,
G5, knight
yeah.
d7, I was thinking, but doesn't look like
okay,
it's
even
going
this.
to be a win, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, must be. I mean, maybe knight b6.
Rook f8.
Yes. No,
Yeah,
I mean, this
there's-
isn't
there's-
big-
yeah,
I was
yeah.
calculating,
Yeah.
but it seems
Yeah.
to be a draw. And then I was thinking about strange moves like rook b7, for example. It's
Right.
kind of strange move.
But even here, I wasn't so sure how these endgames are as well. Like, I mean, even if you get something like this, I wasn't so sure. I mean,
Yeah,
white's
but
better.
G4 maybe. I mean, I should.
Yeah, this,
Actually, here you get- yeah.
This
Here you
looks
get
like
G4,
a, this
G5,
looks
yeah,
like a
sorry.
different,
no, I
different
thought C4, yes,
C4,
and now
yeah.
this kind of strange rook endgame, knight e5, yeah.
Ah,
Takes, I don't know what it is, yes, rook f1, rook f8, and rook f4, for example, yeah. Takes rook c4.
yeah, something like this. Yeah.
It's hard to say, I might be, I mean, better here, I don't know, but it's also...
You can also
You can
lose.
also lose, yeah.
Lose probably not, but
yeah,
it's
you know,
not so,
that's,
it's
yeah.
not so clear, yeah. Not, I mean,
Yeah, and I mean, the e-pawn's just coming very fast.
Yeah,
E5,
no, then
E4,
I thought
yeah.
rook c7 maybe instead of rook b7, just to take with a rook.
Wh-
But
which one?
also
Ah,
rook
you mean rook
c7
c7
here, yeah.
Rook c7.
Also was an option, but
Right, and rook c7.
somehow I was not sure about some rook b8,
Rook b8.
rook c5, and then some
Rook
kind
e3.
of rook e3, yes. And I don't know this position knight b4.
Yeah, another one, yeah.
Doesn't, I don't know,
Yeah.
hard to say, yeah. But probably
Yeah, probably
uh,
nothing with the
yeah,
king.
yeah.
Yeah. with this-
No, so finally I took, and now I don't know if I could play knight b7. It's a bit weird, you know, to put the knight here, but okay, because I don't, yeah.
And so the whole problem here is that the bishop is much better than the knight.
I mean, unless the knight gets to e4 somewhere, then
Yeah,
it
yeah,
gets better.
yeah,
But yeah, so rook b7, no, I don't know. I mean, looks like white has some chances here. I was thinking here maybe I should give up this pawn, yeah, to play knight c5. That was my
Bishop
idea,
c7.
knight d7 check, yeah, that was
this one.
maybe better
But
to
here-
play like this. Yeah, king 8, knight e5, I was also not so sure, yeah. King
Yeah,
8,
like also
knight
this
e5. Yes, takes, it's a bit tricky. I mean, check, bishop f8, and maybe like c4 or something. It can be,
f6.
yes, f6, and
Yeah, I mean, this is.
I mean, like,
Now you're forced. Yeah?
yes, knight here, and just to try to push my pawns.
Yeah, okay, maybe I should just play g5, make it simple.
Okay,
I
takes,
take, yeah.
and then
Takes,
b4.
take, oops.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know who is. I mean, should be a draw to me.
Yeah, should be.
It should be a draw. But of course, some kind of yes. I mean, G pawn.
Yeah, I mean, probably at worst I can sack somehow.
Yes, I was not sure. Yeah, Rook H3. Of course, it's very ugly to play Rook H3. I didn't like it at all. But I don't know what. I mean, maybe you know what I could have done is some strange way of playing like Knight C5, Bishop E7, like Knight D3, just maybe. Takes Rook D1 something, and then to push very quickly the pawns. But
But I mean, the bishop should be better than the knight, I would think.
Yes, yes, but yeah, I mean, it doesn't.
But at least here you've got coordination this way. I mean, it's
of course, this Rook H3 was not really what I liked, but yeah, G5.
And the problem with playing in such a way, it's nice to analyze it, but you get three results. It's possible.
That's also true. Yeah,
but playing the way you did, you're not in the slightest danger
yes,
at all.
But somehow I'm always in time by tempo. Yeah, I mean, okay, here, yes, Rook H4. Yeah, the problem is I was considering to play like B4 here. Yeah, but the problem is okay, you don't take. I guess.
Yeah, I think I just go Rook F3.
Yeah, Knight E2, some ugly way of playing, and Rook H2.
Yeah. Wait a second. Okay, so B4.
Yeah, but the problem is that I didn't see my next move. I mean, like.
Yeah, but even here, if I just play King E7, that's the other problem.
Have a next move. Yeah. So I thought Rook H4, Rook G4 was also incredibly ridiculous looking, but it was very interesting.
Yeah.
Because not so simple for. I mean, strangely enough, my knight started to jump. I don't know about check.
Yeah, I didn't want to do this.
I was calculating this E5. I mean.
E5 right here, Knight D5.
No, sorry, F5. No, not E5. F5.
Yeah,
this
F5
was possible.
G7?
Check King F6.
Knight H5.
Yeah, King E5. Yeah.
Rook G6.
Rook G6. I thought just King D5. And then you run to C4, B3 to mate me.
Like this.
Maybe, but I thought maybe I can have some strange. I thought C4 is probably.
Okay, but that's just a draw. Yeah.
But I thought that I have some strange way here, like
Rook A7.
Like Rook B7 or some strange move, and also G4 is possible, but I don't believe it. But I thought like Rook B7 and maybe or Rook D7 also, just trying to cut you. I don't know, strange position, but it was some kind of Rook D7.
I saw these sorts of things, and I didn't.
And then maybe B pawn starts to go. I don't know.
Yeah, and also now the bishop's not
but
so good.
It sounds like you're not convinced that you have an objective advantage. But you're looking for practical.
I mean objectively, I think it's white who is playing for a win. I mean it's not black, but I understood it's probably a draw already. Yeah, because here I did, King B3, yes, I mean, Rook G8 looks like a very good resource, but I mean, this very strong Rook F2 back, because otherwise it's...
I mean, I can also play E5.
Yeah, E5 I was calculating, Knight H5,
F5.
No, I thought F5 was probably not good, Rook G7 check, Rook G6 check.
Just King E7.
And now, yes, I thought that even G4 might be actually, strangely enough, and G5. I mean, I might promote first, I mean, it's very strange, but... it's hard to say who is promoting. Yes, E4. Okay, now let's say.
This is a bit exciting.
No, sorry. I thought I wanted some Knight G7 at some point, and here, but here also, I mean, it's difficult to say. I mean, Rook F6 if I just play.
Rook F6.
Yeah, E3 takes simply, and G6.
G2 maybe.
Yes, and you don't want anything, yeah.
Yeah, not really.
I mean, like
maybe I go Rook G5.
Maybe I have G7 here, no? Rook G7, Rook
G7.
No problem. Okay, King C4. King C4. Let's
okay,
just
Bishop
move.
E5. Bishop E5.
Bishop
E5.
I mean, this is let's fight. I mean, it's still a lot of fight. Of course it was. No, it was tricky, but I also had some different ideas, like King C4 here. Even I was. I mean,
the King C4 I just take and make.
Yes,
you mean just make the draw?
No, but I mean like Knight G7 or something. I mean just to try to take. You have King F7 here. 1 second. No, then no. Maybe then Rook F6. Yes, I think Rook F6 was the move here. Rook F6.
F6.
Yes, and now Rook F2 G4. This was the idea, or even Rook F2 King C4.
Yeah.
Okay, should be a draw, of course, but I think here White can
Yeah,
all
this
of a
is for
sudden
this, yeah.
Yeah.
can. But I was calculating actually very, very much e4 here. E4 was
Yeah,
actually
e4, knight g7.
97, king f6, yeah.
Yeah, knight e8.
King f5, yeah, this position.
This one.
Takes, rook e8, rook g6. Okay, it was king
this
c4, rook g3, b4. Here I was calculating this position. I mean,
And why do you have to play rook e8? Can you not play king c2 or something?
You mean here?
No. Yeah,
King
here.
c2,
here. King c2.
e3,
Yeah.
rook
king
e8.
c2.
Yeah. I'm just wondering.
Ah,
Yeah.
yes, maybe king because it's
Yeah, this is...
Because this is little
Yeah,
more,
yeah. No,
little
no,
more
of
tricky. Little
yeah,
more
yeah.
tricky.
No, of course, but it's
Yeah.
clear that white is. I mean,
Yeah.
okay, white
Yeah.
is fighting for it. But I mean, if not rook f2, it could be. But after rook f2,
Yeah.
I don't see because, I mean, I thought c4 was a kind of chance.
Okay.
c4? Just bishop e5?
Yeah, bishop e5.
Yeah,
This is
yeah.
because
That's
bishop
right,
e4 take king before maybe some
Yeah,
chance.
that's-
But bishop e5. I mean,
Okay,
d3 rook
we've
f3.
got
yeah.
we've got
So
another
it looks like a
we've
draw,
got
yeah.
another result, and I think
Similar
That's a draw,
result.
yeah.
there's
Seven
king
result,
against
yeah.
king is a draw,
Normally,
apparently. So in fact, all 5 draws today. Seems like after the excitement of yesterday, it was a quieter round today. So anyway, this was definitely one of the more interesting games today, with Vlad maybe pressing a bit for a win, but Hikaru, you must be quite happy to maintain your lead.
Yeah, I mean, but already I was starting to get a little bit optimistic in this endgame. I was kind of hoping a little bit also. But, I mean,
Why? Because you're playing an old man? Is that the
Yeah, that's a very-
no, because I mean, as
A
Bishop
grandpa,
Sonson-
Of course, I
Yeah.
also understood that it might turn in a wrong direction, but it looks
Yeah.
like I mean I have
Yeah,
enough
yeah.
resources to
Yeah.
save it. You know,
you
if
have
something
you
goes
have
wrong.
you have a sense of danger.
Yes.
Yeah.
yes, yes.
Okay, gents. Thanks a lot. We'll see you tomorrow, and I think we'll be joined right now by Fabiano Caron and Sergei Karyakin. Thanks and welcome back. And the last game of the day has finished. There have been all draws. Sergei Karyakin pressing considerably with it white against Fabiano. Could you take us through the opening, because you've risked this opening before? Fabiano,
I played
so-
it. I played it against Maxime, and okay, he didn't take on b7. He played bc3. Queen
Yeah.
b7 is I think I said last time, the most critical move.
Yeah.
And this is all. I mean, okay, Black has the option to play Queen d7, but I prepared this, and this is a long and bizarre line,
Yeah.
which is completely forced. I mean, otherwise Black either side deviates is just bad for both. And this is more or less all forced, and here White has a number of options without going into too much detail. And Rook c1 is like the main move.
Okay.
Yeah, somehow I didn't remember Rook d8. I was I think looking at Rook c1 a6, and there are some moves, and okay, well, White has some pressure, but Rook d8 I didn't.
There were some very, very rude remarks by people on the internet, Fabiano. There was some person who said this was accountancy chess. You know, that you're... Because look at the initial position. If you look at the initial position and you compare it to this one, is the initial position so bad that this is your dream, you know, aiming for this
No, they're
lousy end game where the best you can hope for is a miserable draw.
But there are different ways to approach it. The Petrov is not the most ambitious one, but it does have the option of putting white under an enormous amount of pressure to actually prove anything. And a lot of people also wouldn't be too content with white to play a position where there's almost no advantage and you have to play very accurately. In fact, I'd analyzed this and I just had forgotten exactly how to play here. And then after knight d7, suddenly I realized that my mind is blank of all the variations I'd analyzed.
You know, there was a little moment with Vlad going to the confession. Have you heard about that?
No.
Because Vlad went to the confession for your game, actually, not for his own game, and said he had analysed this some years ago, I think probably for his match against Leko, and came to the conclusion that black was just about holding on for a draw. So that's what he said.
That was more or less my conclusion too.
Hence my question: why are you playing like this? Do you enjoy this? Do you enjoy chess like this?
Nigel, actually Fabiano played many times Petrov, like I think against Magnus, against Vashier a few times, and he didn't have any single problem. So basically, that was the first game when he was worse.
I also once played against Maxime and was nearly winning after like 15 moves. So so it's not always such a dull opening. I mean, also you'll find lines like this in most openings.
Yeah.
If against
and you're following in the American tradition of Frank Marshall and Pillsbury as well. That's
yeah.
Okay.
Well, okay. The thing is, I thought at bishop d4 I didn't remember anything, and after rook 8 I thought this is the most natural move. I don't think it can be a mistake. And after
yes, natural, but also I think I thought some bishop f8 doesn't. It's not clear what's
what's the idea.
What's the idea? Yeah, I mean if rook c7, then but maybe king f1 and
it looks
knight b8, bishop e5. Yeah, so it doesn't really. Yeah.
This feels a little bit vague. So anyway, I mean rook 8 doesn't look like a bad move to me.
Yeah, sure. It's
but then after king f1 I couldn't find anything besides what I played. I mean this.
Yeah, why is that bad?
This is bad.
That takes a point. You've got a strong pass b.
First of all, this is very bad.
Yeah.
This is just losing. Because my b pawn doesn't really... Well, I mean, first of all, white can take. White can also decide to take with the knight, and knight f8, rook c6 is similarly problematic. I have to go here and then d6, and I think...
No, actually, I thought you should go bishop f4 here, but I have...
g3?
If g3, then bishop h6 and...
Yeah, I didn't want to play like this.
Yeah, of course, but I thought bishop c5 I mean here. Yeah, bishop c5 I thought, and rook c8 is next.
Maybe this is just winning.
Okay, it's not winning, but it's not good for you.
I mean, also this, like, if you just hold the pawn, I'm kind of worried that I mean, it's very, very dangerous.
Yeah, it's very shaky.
So rook a2 I thought is bad. I was trying this briefly, but then the problem is that after knight d4 I'm under attack.
Right.
And f6, rook c6 is also problematic. And yeah, so I didn't see anything better than this.
So it's torture. It's torture, self-inflicted torture. You play like an accountant. This you ought to suffer.
Well, I might have missed something, but yeah, maybe I deserve to suffer for this. This was very interesting. I mainly considered this for a long time, and after bishop b6, I couldn't see a move. Rook d5, rook d8 is a very annoying pin, probably a winning pin.
Yeah.
Rook a2, rook c6 is similar to other variations where the bishop gets kicked around. And this is importantly losing. Sorry.
Oops, yeah.
Rook c8 and bishop c5. And something like this, the bishop goes to e3. and I still can't take this pawn. I mean, it's very risky. Like here, I was looking at this, but then I realized that knight d2 starts a lot of threats, and I thought I might just lose this. So I decided to bail out into the ending. Yeah, and I think it's more or less forced.
Yeah, very forced. I have to do
Yeah,
this.
rook d, rook d6 is nothing. Yeah. And I was kind of thinking that you might try this. But
Yeah, but you will go g5.
g5 and f5. Yeah.
a5.
Probably it's okay for me.
Yeah, I might get nothing.
Yeah. And yeah, this.
Yeah, okay, maybe objectively I should play rook a4. And
Yeah, okay.
but by the way, maybe I should have played a3 here, because then I want to play rook b3 and to bring my king to e3 at least.
Maybe this is an idea.
That was, but okay, I mean, of course it's not a big deal.
Yeah, it should be objectively a draw. I think I once had this position. Like I had against Magnus. I was playing black, but I had a b pawn and a rook on the 6th rank in that case, the 3rd rank in this one, and I managed to win it. But it seemed pretty much like a draw during that game as well. And I think with the a pawn, it's just less chances because the king
is further away.
King has to go farther. Yeah. And here, I don't see any ideas.
Yeah, indeed.
Yes, the only thing I was considering.
After king h6.
Yeah, actually, this was a nice trap. If rook takes f2, rook f4 check.
This is a winning pawn ending.
King e4, f5, and wins.
Yes, after I played king h6, you got the chance.
Yes, here I was considering rook d1 and sorry, king d1, king c1, g5, king b1, but black just plays rook d2 and.
Yeah. And that's the problem, isn't it? That you can't. If you could maintain your rook on f4, then it's a different story altogether. But you can't keep your rook on the key outpost.
Yeah, this is just one tempo too short for white.
So it seems to be under control. So
yeah, I didn't really see any. I thought it would be more difficult, but then during the game I didn't see any ideas for Sergei. And after g4, it feels like anything is a draw already.
I would say it was a forced draw from the first move.
Okay, and that one definitely looks equal. That final position, gentlemen. Thanks a lot. It was a hard-fought game, and Sergei, you weren't quite there, making the full point. But
I was trying.
But you will have been glad to have pressed, no doubt, on that to have pushed. So good. We look forward to seeing you again tomorrow for the 6th round, and more excitement then. Take care.